I'm Chris Shandak. Today on CYInterview, it is holiday movie season. So with that being said, Mama Said Come Home for Christmas is currently on the Starz streaming app. One of the stars of the film and one of the co-producers of the film is here. Shanti Lowry is here with us this morning. Shanti, how are you? Thanks for joining us on CYInterview. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you for having me. I love
You-
talking about this movie. So,
You're very welcome. So why don't, before we talk about your character, talk about being a co-producer on this film and what that entailed.
you know, this I've worked with this producer several times, and I'm kind of a hands-on kind of actor anyway. I'm going to show up early. I'm going to know what's going on around me. And so I've produced with him on set before. I've never produced from the beginning of a production like this. But I just had my daughter. She was about 6 months old. And so I had more time offset than I wanted to have, on set because I had a young daughter. So it seemed like the perfect time to jump into producing in a different way. And so this was the first movie that I was a little more hands-on with. To be honest, I wasn't able to do much in post or anything like that, but I did have my hands in pre-production on this one.
So before we get back into the movie, how is motherhood treating you?
It's just the best role that I could have ever wanted. It's absolutely perfect for me. I wake up every day grateful and go to bed every night grateful. So I don't think there's any better way to sum it up.
Yeah, we've all been following your journey on Instagram through the process of having your child to now, raising your child and enjoying every moment with her, and it's been quite delightful.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that because that's exactly how it feels. And, sometimes I struggle with what exactly we're doing with social media. What is the point of all of this? Are we trying to rub it in people's faces when we're up and trying to hide it when we're down? And for me, I land on let's spread joy, let's spread beauty, let's inspire as best we can. And so, that's what she does for me. These little moments that I don't know if anyone else cares about, they make me really happy. So I feel like I want to share that. And since you said you've been following my journey, then you know that it was actually really hard for me to have a child. So she's just the culmination of a lot of dreams come true.
Oh, absolutely, no denying it. So focusing back on Mama Said Come Home for Christmas, which you can currently watch on the Starz streaming app. Tell me about your character. She really loves practicing healthy eating habits and spreading that information.
Yes, she does. In her case, I think that she's just reaching for something. She feels a little lost, and as so many of us do, we try and find control where we can. And for her, it's in, eating healthy, sustaining your body, organic gardening, anything she can do to just try and feel like she's got a little bit of control over a life that felt like it lost control. It spiraled out of control.
Well, also being a dancer, I imagine you probably relate to her on some level.
The healthy eating?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I eat healthy, not as a fad or anything like that. It's genuinely something that makes a difference in my life. I, like anyone, splurge and, go on, a binge where you're not concerned about what you're eating or how you're treating your body. And I can feel it, and I feel that for weeks after when I do that. So, in contrast, I try and treat my body really well. And I do try and eat organic and healthy. And I actually am vegan. So it was funny when we got this part and they were sort of mocking her. I was like, well, that's fair because, that's how we are. We are always trying to bring kale to a dinner party.
Yeah, I eat a lot of kale, I eat a lot of spinach, I eat a lot of broccoli, carrots, all that stuff. So I absolutely relate with you. Whole food, plant-based diet for sure.
For sure. It's good for you and it can taste good. Just, try it. I'm always trying to push healthy. This is funny. This is very similar to my character. I am always trying to encourage people to eat healthy. So I didn't even think about that. We are really very similar in that.
No denying it. So then, I think the message of the film, not to give anything away, is that nothing is perfect. What we think we have planned for our life is not actually planned for our life. I think those are a couple of the good messages from the film. No?
Those are great takeaways. Yeah. For me, I try not to plan what other people will take away from something. It's just, if it has a nice message to me, then I hope that translates. For me, it was about second chances, that it's never too late, like really never. I had a really difficult childhood and was raised by a single mother. And she found love and got married in her late 60s. And, you know, is having the time of her life, is so happy, is so in love. And that can happen for anyone. And I think second chances, a lot of people get to a point where they just think it might not be worth it anymore. And it's always worth it. That was the message I took.
Oh, I think so. Absolutely, no denying it. So, you know, before we talk about another one of your Christmas movies, I mean, since you've done a few of these holiday movies, I mean, what do you think makes a good Christmas movie?
That is such a okay. I've got the recipe here. A lot of Christmas lights. You got to have jingly bells. You have to have hope. At the end of the day, I was going to say a lot of other things, but at the end of the day, you just need lights, jingly bells, and hope at the end of the story, in my opinion, because nobody wants to be really sad around Christmas. Even if it's, you know, a drama, we still want to feel hope. It's the end of the year. We've all had, you know, whether it's been a great year or a hard year, we want to kind of sum that year up in some way that says, hey, let's do this all again for another year. So a Christmas movie needs to be hopeful.
Oh, I agree with you. You know, and also you can catch her now if you also want to keep looking at holiday movies, Christmas for Sale on the BET streaming app. You're the lead role in this film. What was that project like looking back on it?
That one has a really special place in my heart. I was pregnant with my daughter while filming that. And as I said, that was already a dream come true. So to be making art and doing it with people I love, telling a fun, sweet, you know, easily understood story. You know, there's nothing complicated. It was just a really nice time. And so that movie, I think, turned out really sweet because of that energy on set. We were all just a family. And yeah, that one it's just a sweet romantic comedy. You can watch that with your whole family. It's one of the only things I've done that my nieces and nephews can watch. So I really love that movie.
I understand that. So, you know, Christmas for Sale on the BET app, Mama Come Home for Christmas on the Stars app, can see Shanti Lowry in those two films. You know, what we need for you now is we just need the trifecta of you leading a role in a Lifetime Christmas movie, and then you'll be done with the Christmas movie trifecta.
You know what? You're absolutely right. I would do it. I love Christmas movies. It's, you know, I love watching them personally. And I also feel like you can rewatch them year after year. So it's just a fun thing to do. You know, like you said, the Christmas for Sale is from 2 years ago, but people still love it this year. And so I love that about Christmas movies. And also the culture on set when you're filming a Christmas movie is really nice, because generally you're filming it in the summer randomly. And so it's lovely outside, but everyone's still wearing the cute hats and there's still bells and lights, like I said. So you get Christmas in the summer when you make these movies. So Lifetime, call me.
Yeah, need to call Shanti Lowry. She's been around in the industry and worked with everybody. Everybody knows that. If you check, she's one of the most impressive resumes, no denying that. So moving forward, last question before we get to other stuff. What are some of your favorite holiday movies?
There's just one that tops the list. Love Actually, hands down, is just the greatest holiday movie to me. You cannot convince me otherwise. Those of you who hate it, don't call me, don't talk to me. I don't care. I don't care about your opinion. But they also have a live interactive musical here in Los Angeles of Love Actually. And I took my daughter as her first sort of musical dance singing experience out.
Yeah.
It was such a hit. It was so wonderful.
Absolutely interesting. I'll have to look into that. I remember people talk about that movie till the end of time. Always that comes up. It's just one of those things that always comes up. I remember it to this day, and it's been quite a while. It feels like it's been almost 20 years, no?
Yeah, no, this is the 20th anniversary this year, and that's what was so special about taking her to the musical. But it feels like you could make it today and almost nothing would be different. You know, there's a gag about a videotape. That would have to change, but that's about it.
Gotcha. Absolutely agree with you. So obviously a lot of you know you from the TV show The Game, playing Dion. What do you reflect back upon being the sports management publicist image creator?
Yeah. Oh gosh, I love Dion. I love my time as Dion. I love the Game family. I love Dion personally. I said recently in an interview And it was true that I had a lot of judgment about Dion while I was playing her. And that makes me sad because I think that came in through audience members. So I played her the first year, and I think I just, was vulnerable with who I thought she was. And I thought she was a beautiful person who just wanted to command the room and just wanted respect. And then I heard the feedback from the audience was basically that they thought she was, I don't know if I can say a biche on this. They thought she wasn't very nice.
Unlikable.
Yes.
I mean,
yes, unlikable. And also manipulative, and that she was like after everyone's man. And it just surprised me because I thought she was just a strong woman who was going after what she wanted. But I think in the years after that, I also judged her along with everyone else. And looking back, that does make me sad because she wasn't. She was just a woman trying to do her thing and didn't care about what other people thought of that. So I look back fondly on my time with my co-stars on the game. Absolutely. It was a dream. But I think I look back on some of the years playing Dion, and I wish I loved her a little bit more.
yeah, I understand. I think the point is that for the audience who is watching it, and I interviewed Tia Mowry and Wendy Robinson for that show when it was out, and we shared some messages back in the day because I thought you were great on that show on MySpace. That's how far back that was. What I take away from it is I think how the script and how the production went together is that Tia was the one dating the football player, and the whole storyline is that you were there, you were this very attractive woman who was also this professional, but somehow you were trying to take her boyfriend away from her.
Yeah. Well, and that was very much the first episode, was the jealousy between us. It was meant to be that way. But as an actor, you're supposed to be looking at like what is really going on with your character. And my character wasn't doing anything. She was just doing her job. She was showing up to give him a necklace. It wasn't her fault that she was showing up, dressed to the nines with all of the, the heels and all of that. That was just how she chose to dress. That's how I looked at it. But a lot of people felt she was doing too much. That's what I got. And the truth is she wore lashes when she was working out. She was doing a lot.
But she was a publicist and an image crafter. So that's kind of what her business was. So it kind of all made sense, really, if you really understood that industry.
I totally agree with that. And also, she wasn't hurting anyone. There's a lot of judgment placed on women. There's a lot of, you should do it this way and not this way. It should be this way at this time. And this, it's just like, if a woman chooses to say, whatever, I'm going to do it my way and I'm going to live in that, I'm going to own that, then a lot of people label her, the word we're not going to say. So yeah, I think in a lot of ways, Dion was just a strong woman, which I am proud to be. I think that's why I'm a little disappointed that I too judged her.
Yeah, again, we're in 2023. We should let people be whoever they want, however they want, as long as they're not harming others or inflicting hate on others. That is where we should be in society today. We've got too many other problems and too many other issues in the world to be focusing on such superficial stuff, unfortunately.
It's like really true. I know we keep saying that. I think you could go back, 50 years and watch interviews. They'd probably be saying the same thing. But it really is true. It's time to move past that. There's so many more interesting things to talk about people. Yeah,
like whole food, plant-based diet and healthy eating habits, and how this stuff studies have shown have reduced heart disease and things like that. This is where we are, and reduction of cancer and all these things. And again, I'm not a medical doctor, and neither are you. But go read for yourself, and obviously get with your medical professional on that stuff. But moving forward, what else do you still want to accomplish in show business? I mean, you've been in movies, you've been in TV shows. What do you want to still accomplish?
So right now is a big moment in my career, actually. I produced fully by myself entirely, like top to bottom, a thriller / horror movie that is just phenomenal. I'm over the moon with how it turned out. I'm over the moon with the experience of putting a team together and how that, just all of it. It was a great experience, and we're in post-production. We should be done by the end of the year, and then we'll figure out where the movie's going to go. But that's kind of the path that I'm most excited about now. I love acting, but more than anything, I love storytelling. And a lot of times as an actor, you're limited with how much of a story you can even tell. They they don't always invite you to be a part of set design and set dressing and wardrobing and makeup. You know, sometimes you're just the doll that shows up on set, and they do all this to you, and then they expect that you can build a character around that. You know, my philosophy with my production company is very different. It's a total team production. The actresses were invited. That's the other thing. I really focus on female and people of color, putting them in all levels of my production. So this was a very female-driven production, and it was about 75% people of color as well. But, you know, I invited everyone to be as much a part of it as they wanted to be. And I think that's why the production level is just so different. You know, it's just a totally different level when people care and understand why that coffee cup is there. Not just a coffee cup. We all decided that's the coffee cup. You know, it's a very different feeling on set when you're all connected and you all care about the craft and the art. So that movie is called Persona. I'm so excited for audiences to see it, and they will be able to see it. It will be a wide release. And it's one of the most beautifully artistic pieces that I think I've ever been a part of, but it's also a thriller with a little bit of horror. So we'll see, audience-wise, how wide that can be.
Are we going to be taking this to film festivals? Do you have people in mind that you want to submit this to for possible pickup? What have you decided yet, or have you not got there yet?
Yeah, there are a lot of paths. I think my one dream path that has not opened up for me that I would be interested in pursuing would be Monkey Paw Productions. I think this is a classic Monkey Paw production film. And I know they've started to acquire movies, and I think that this would be just perfect in their catalog. So that's one thing I'm interested in. Other than that, yeah, I think we might do film festivals and just figure out, as I said, we have to figure out the right audience for it, because it's beautiful, it's cinematic, it's artistic, but it's also a thriller, and it's also got a little horror. So I want to find that perfect audience and make sure the movie doesn't get lost in the crazy streaming platforms, you know?
Oh, I agree with you, hands down. Wish you the best with that for sure, with Persona. So moving forward, also, aside from the acting and the producing and the creative, you have a dance background. Tell me about that. Doesn't get a lot of attention as much as it should, I think.
Gosh, yeah. Thank you for saying that. I was a dancer, I would say, first. I always wanted to be an actor from as long as I can remember, but the path that was open to me growing up in Colorado was dance. So I did all forms of dance, and I think that's why I consider myself a storyteller and not just an actor, because through dance, I learned that you can tell a story in a million different ways. You know, you can add music to something, and then you add movement to something, and you're telling a different story. You know, you add a couple more bodies, and it's a totally different story. And so I use all of that in my filmmaking as well. But I would love to actually use it more directly. You know, in Persona, the character, I'm an actress in the movie as well. And the character that I play, there's nothing dancey about it, but being the actor playing that, it was very helpful to have a dance background. Meaning there were things I had to do that, because I'm a dancer, it was much easier for me. Crawling across the floor, getting low, getting under things, the agility, the mobility that you have. And I've always thought that. But then I was on set with this wonderful British actor, and I was watching him motivate himself to do this total acting moment, had nothing to do with dance. And I could just tell because I'm a dancer, I could tell that he was counting 5, 6, 7, 8. And I just found that very interesting, because that's a dancer thing. And I said something to him. I said, are you counting in as like in an 8 count? And he's like, yeah, it helps me to use my body and my movement, my stage ability in all of my acting. And it was just sort of an affirmation that even I needed. I'm the producer, but I needed that affirmation that, you know, you can use your dance background in a million different ways, in ways that people might not even realize. I don't think anyone would guess that the actor in this movie has a dance background in any way. But I watched him prep every scene as a dancer. It was fascinating.
Yeah, listen, again, you know, I've always known that you were a dancer, and I've always felt like that your dancing abilities haven't been used enough in your Hollywood acting career.
Do you know what's interesting? One time that I don't know if people know my dancing was used is in the game.
Yeah.
I do the walk in the beginning, and
Yeah.
that's very much, it's just walking, but it definitely comes from a dance background in that you have to walk in heels on grass, and you have to walk over football players. And so the executive producer, Mara, thought that I could do it because I'm a dancer. So that's another time that you wouldn't know, but that's a dance background thing.
Yeah, that's the game walk-offs, as you like to call it. I
Yes,
mean,
the walk-off.
you've had those competitions on your Instagram page or whatever. If anyone has paid attention to her feed, I'm like, wow. I honestly, to tell you the truth, until you pointed that out, and I knew that, I'd never known that was you. Obviously, in the beginning there, which is the opening for the show, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's meant to be just an every woman kind of thing. You're not meant to know it's me at all. Yeah. But the walk-offs are one of my favorite things. And I swear I lose every time. These women are phenomenal, but they didn't have to do it in the middle of the night on grass. So I still say I did a pretty good job.
Yep. So just to wrap up here, CYInterview is based in Las Vegas. We cover things Los Angeles, New York, beyond. Have any stories of coming to Las Vegas? Anything in general, being right next door in Los Angeles?
I haven't been to Vegas in so long, probably since the pandemic, and it used to be one of my favorite things to do. So I need to get back there, especially because there's so many shows I haven't seen because they kind of cycle,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
So what shows do I need to see?
Well, I mean, the reality, what it comes down to is that there's really something for everybody in this town. I always like to tell that to people. It depends. Are you interested in like dramatic horrors, like zombie burlesque? Are you interested in seeing male shows? Some women come here for those, like Chippendales, as you know.
Right.
Female reviews, like fantasy. There's all kinds of great shows.
I think I'm interested in more of the fun artistic shows or the singers or things like that. Yeah, I
mean, there's a new Tina Turner tribute show, for example, that's in town that just started a couple of months ago. So, there's all kinds of things. One of the good things that opened this year that has become a permanent residency is there's a Spice Girls tribute show as well called Spice Wannabe. Great show. They just came up with an idea. The woman who's in the show, she plays one of the dancers. She got 4 others together. They did one show, and then within about a couple of months, they were signed for a residency. They had a chance to do it for a month, and now they're like a permanent residency at the Excalibur Hotel and Casino. There's all kinds of shows.
Excalibur, wow, what an incredible story. I love hearing that. That's just like persistence and tenacity. I love it.
The thing is the thing that a lot of people don't understand about the entertainment scene here, and I'm sure you do because you're a performer, but there's literally, 50, 60 shows that happen every day of the year in Las Vegas. There's no place in the world where there's literally so much live entertainment going on every single month because, we get approximately 40 million people a year. And CYInterview, though we've been around for, 15 plus years and, going back even further than that, have been covering everything, and our Las Vegas's fastest growing media outlet. But aside from that, also, we still cover great things like you and shows and movies, and like Mama said, come home for Christmas on Stars. So we're here to do everything as always.
I love it. That's so fun. It was so nice to get to talk to you finally.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. So one last question for you, I have for you. With the actor strike recently ending, what do you think this means for actors going forward? How did they do? How are you guys doing?
That's a great question, which I don't think we have an answer for yet. The strike was hard. It was hard for everyone. I do think it was necessary because these are big questions that need a lot of processing. And if you don't, put money on the table, people don't always do all that processing. How well it all came out, I think, as I said, it's only time will tell. It's only a 3-year deal. In 3 years, if we're not happy with it, we can always renegotiate. I think it's important that we did this so that sort of the world knows that these are things that need to be thought about as far as AI. And a lot of the other things that we were fighting for were really important as well. Streaming residuals are kind of a crazy thing. The game is a great example. When I did the game and it was we were actually on 3 different networks. And so when we were on the networks, the residuals always were slightly different depending, but it was always in the hundreds of dollars every time that the show played. I get residual checks from Netflix in the pennies. And that's for months long play. So how many times did it play in that amount of time, right? So that was something that really needed to be addressed, not because actors are greedy, but because that's how we make our living, like that's genuinely how we plan on paying our bills is residuals and things coming in. So that was important, but the AI piece was really important as well. And I just don't think any of us know how that's going to play out. So it's good to think in 3 years, we might need to renegotiate how that's all going to affect all of us. And I don't even think that's just actors. Every one of us has a social media presence out there that they could turn into some sort of an AI something. And so these are questions that we all need to be thinking about.
I think the last thing that I want to mention to you that I knew because I've been, covering Hollywood for, 15, almost 20 years now and been working with wonderful people and getting a chance to interact with wonderful people like you is that the question I think that a lot of people didn't understand is that the residuals were so small for the streaming things. The question is that in this new agreement, have there been some revisions where actors are now going to hopefully get some more money from these streaming things that they're in?
Minimally, nominally, I believe that the changes have been tried to have been made, and we'll see. This is something that's been going on for almost 20 years, actually, the sort of change in the fact that people don't just watch TV on the 4 basic channels anymore. There's a lot of ways.
Correct, exactly.
So this is, I don't think any of us should be mad or calling names. Someone's greedy, someone's that. It's really just we're all trying to figure out the new landscape, and it's going to take time because we're all figuring out how people are watching their content now. A lot of kids just watch it on their phones. That's why Tubi was going to be the next big thing. And then it just kind of didn't turn out that way. We're all trying to guess how it's going to turn out. So I say the 3-year contract is perfect. And, in 3 years, we might have to make a stink again if we have to.
Yeah, I just want to see performers, people behind the camera, production people, everybody just, be able to make a living doing what they want. I think that's really what I think fans want to see. And I think that's what the performers want to see is just be like, hey, I want to be able to pay my bills so I can continue to make great art for you, to entertain you as an audience. I think that's really just the whole point of it, right?
Yes, that is the whole point. And it's unfortunate that the most popular people in our business are also the people who don't have these problems. They don't worry about their residuals because they are making millions of dollars on their first check. But you have to remember that's literally like 1% of the people we're talking about. I saw something that was really interesting. Hustle and Flow, the movie.
Terrence Howard.
Yes, those were like big movies, and you think, oh, you got paid, you went to the awards, you got.
He made like nothing for that movie. He made nothing for that movie.
Yeah, he didn't make nothing. He got a career. He got his name.
Yes,
those are the things that he got. But financially, he needs the producers to pay him what he is owed through time in order for that to be a fair exchange, and they don't have to do that. That's where the loophole is, right? It's like. Somebody made a lot of money on Hustle and Flow. We all know the name. So how come he didn't get any money along the way? I know they didn't have to pay him out of the gate because he wasn't Terrence Howard yet, but they should have paid him along the way,
Yeah. The reality of what it comes down to is that this is so important for people to look at their contracts, talk to their managers, talk to their agents, and make sure that the negotiations are what they're willing to accept before obviously pursuing things further. That's also, I guess, one of the lessons, no?
Yeah, it's unfortunate though, because the people at the top sort of have to stand up for the little people, because the people at the bottom just want to do that job. They just want a chance to create, and they've been working so hard to create characters and they never get to do it. And so they'll do it for free, but it's not right. It's not right for that then to make $1 billion on something and not share it. And that's where we get into the issues is it's the morality thing. And you're trying to make laws and rules about morality. And that's pretty difficult.
Murray the Magician, who has a residency here in Las Vegas and who's always on a current recast, on a current guest star on the TV shows Pawn Stars and Pawn Stars to America. Very nice gentleman. If you ever come here, does a great show for families, kids, everybody. But he always says that, the thing about entertainers is that we do it for free, but we shouldn't be doing it for free, obviously.
Yeah.
that as you were basically referring to. So in closing, Shanti Lowry, thank you so much for joining me today. Anything you want to add in closing message to your fans? You got a bunch of them on Instagram, over 200,000.
I really love you guys. I call them my village because that's how I see it. We're a village together. We're raising each other. We're trying to get through this life the best that we can. So thank you for being there with me. Thank you for the journey. And I can't wait for you guys to see Persona. And please go out and check Mama Said Come Home for Christmas and have some hope in your holidays.
And to recap, Mama Said Come Home for Christmas is currently on the Stars streaming app, and you can see her in Christmas for Sale as well on the BET app. Shanti Lowry, thank you so much for joining us today on CY. Chris Shandak, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. Today, CYInterview welcomes international artist and Las Vegas-based artist Jonathan Schultz. His art gallery is based here in the entertainment capital of the world. Jonathan, thanks for joining us today on CYInterview. How are you, sir?
Hey, thanks for having me, Chris. Doing well in yourself?
Nice. I'm doing well as well. And also with us today is former NFL star and Dancing with the Stars champion Rashad Jennings. He'll be here in Las Vegas leading up to football's biggest game of the year. Rashad, thanks for joining us today. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm amazing, man. I'm good.
Thank you so much for being on with us today. So, Jonathan, just to begin, why don't you tell us a little bit about the art that you're going to be debuting for the first time before football's biggest game of the year and how you're working with Rashad on this coming week?
So part of the art side of what I do is, promoting mental wellness, and I wanted to do something interactive. So I've got different pieces that I've put together from my artwork to help display my art. And secondly, I'm making them more interactive. The side that's very, very exciting and brings Rashad into the picture is the football and a painting. So I thought of a way to bring the sport and art into one, and we're going to have a gold canvas, so actual 23 karat gold on a canvas. And who better to show us how to throw a football covered in paint at a gold canvas than Rashad? And so that's kind of where that all comes together. Some of the other pieces are, very, very close to my heart, inspired from my roots and what I'm currently doing with the flowers and my next chapter, and never been seen before. One piece is literally still in the making. I'm busy finishing it for this event specifically. And it helps us look at ourselves and, get that importance of how important our dreams are and to really work at them.
Rashad, you, of course, away from the football field, have shown the world that you have many great artistic talents, of course, being a Dancing with the Stars champion. But in this realm where Jonathan Schultz is, what are your thoughts on his art, and what are your thoughts on art in general?
Art is somebody's kind of expressive, release. I personally think, and we find different ways to release that. My art was doing it through the game of football, and so some people's arts are through communication, some people's arts are through, arts and craft. And so I think everybody has a beautiful art. It's very difficult to find your lane to express that. Being for me, it was a way to kind of conquer and motivate myself. I come from a little small town, Forest, Virginia. I had a 0.6 GPA at one point in time. I was a fifth string running back, overweight, just a little chubby kid going nowhere, saying I wanted to play in the NFL. And truly, it wasn't until I bought into the art of hard work and taking ownership and responsibility and stopped blaming people and pointing the finger at people, and that I really became a great artist, into which we know now as Rashad Jennings, a football player, and the artistic side that came out from Dancing with the Stars and winning that show, and the artistic side from writing, becoming a New York Times bestseller. So I think art is in us all. We just got to find a way to express it.
I'm going to get back to you in 1 second because I got some interesting thoughts. But first, I just want to ask Jonathan, how would you define and describe your art, Jonathan?
So my art runs in a almost different type of realm because I use a lot of gold and diamonds in my work. Almost every canvas has gold in it. And so I've been known as a luxury artist, but it's, going back to the roots, it's contemporary, and I incorporate different elements that aren't usually used in art. So that's where it gets that different feel to it. It's almost like living art, because when you look at a gold canvas in the sun, every time the sun moves, it changes how the gold reflects that light. So it's almost like living art as well.
Gotcha. So, Rashad, here's what I'm going to say to you. You have the NFL career, but then you are able to expand out into these other entertainment realms. And of course, the podcast and the New York Times bestselling author. And I think what ends up happening to a lot of football players is once their career is over, there's like, well, what's next? But you obviously had that path to know that you're more than just a football player, that you've got all these other great talents. So like, what was it inside yourself that knew that there was just a life for you after football?
My relationship with Jesus Christ. I never really, in the most kind-hearted way, and I think a lot of people get bad representations of Scripture. I never really consider myself a person that is supposed to just simply exist. I think I have a work to do here. And the more I learn about him and his kindness, and the more I learn about his connectivity, and the more I learn about his bravery, and it's so many things that really, for me personally, and I know, religion is a taboo thing and people can kind of take it one way or the other, but the more I learn, the mission is, to really save in a kind way. And I think, we got skills and talents, and we can use them ambitiously for our self-indictive ways, or we could use them to try to leave a legacy and do something better for people. And so all the good that I do, from charity work, from, helping people, or dedicating myself to any and everybody around me, it's funny because they love that side of me. And that's why people, would gravitate to me. And so, whenever I get a chance to tell somebody really what does that energy come from, I like to tell them the source.
Well, I'm just going to say one thing to you. I'm an independent thinker, and I believe people should have a right to believe whatever they want, as long as their beliefs are not harming other people. So if you want to believe in God, if you want to believe in 8 gods, if you want to believe in 20 gods, what is it to the next person in the world? We've got to let people believe what they want to believe in life, as long as they're not harming others.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree with you more, man. 1,000.
So moving forward on that, Jonathan, let me ask you something about this. Speak about the art industry today. Like, who are the people that are buying art? Who are the people collecting art these days? I mean, and how are professional athletes linked to the art world? And I know that you know a few, and you've worked with a few besides Rashad.
Yes, so the art world has been changing over, the last couple of years. Who's coming into the space now? New purchases. A lot of new money, if you want to call it that, has started, coming into the space. You've got your younger generation that's been able to accumulate more wealth, and one of the places that they look at is the art space, the art world. So you've got that. Funny enough, there's been a lot more women that are purchasing art versus men.
Interesting.
And that usually used to be the opposite. And so you find it's been like a nice, healthy change in those dynamics. And I think there's a lot more individuals now that are looking at art in a different light than what they did before. So you'll have other individuals that will now save up a lot more because they realize, the future value of art and what it actually means, and they're educating themselves a lot more about it. So there's a lot more of a dynamic change. that I've seen take place. And also you've got access to all artists online now as well. A lot of the artwork you just go online and you're able to purchase it. So it makes it more accessible and easier for others to actually, acquire it. On the sports side of it, I mean, I've been dealing with different, superstars, and like Rashad himself as well. And there's always this love for art when it comes to your sports players. And like Rashad said, like their way of expressing themselves is, I could never catch a ball like an NFL player. I mean, I broke a finger from trying to catch a ball. So, there's that difference. That's not my talent. Rashad can dance. I've got no rhythm. And so it's nice to interact with different individuals and to, let them express themselves and then also enjoy the art that's either on display or, something that we're going to be doing is, there's other than the football activation, there's one where you'll take a flower and you're going to hook it onto the fence and help create this dilapidated fence into a beautiful work of art. And so I think, doing things like that also help individuals express themselves in a different way that they're not used to as well.
Rashad, I got to ask you, thoughts on the big game being in Las Vegas for the first time, what it means to bring the entertainment capital of the world and football together. What are your thoughts on this upcoming week?
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of money to me. Being made. That's exactly what I hear. Hotels making a lot of money, restaurants making a lot of money, bars, everything is going up. So Ubers and the whole economy of Vegas, I mean, it's going to be insane. And I think, that brand new stadium, obviously the two teams that we have coming, and also not only are you going to have celebrities there, I mean, you got Taylor Swift coming, the anticipation, like all these things included, it's going to be an epic game. And plus we have what a football storyline between Patrick Mahomes, the $500 million man, versus a team that is paid, not just the quarterback. So it's going to be a great storyline. I'm excited to watch it.
Let me just ask you, because the reason I'm going to ask you this is because you have connections outside of the entertainment world, Hollywood, Dancing with the Stars, and a lot of other things. Like what are your thoughts on the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing? I mean, this to me is just a great thing that adds more of a demographic to football and the crossover from sports to entertainment, which, as you know, a lot of people in sports want to cross over to entertainment. They never do, but you did. So I'd love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. Like for the viewership is amazing. It takes away this conversation. It adds more value to people watching and consuming football. It's a beautiful thing. Now, obviously, some people just simply, I don't want to see Taylor Swift. I just want to see the football game. No, you don't. You because you watch commercials for 30 seconds all the time. And those 30 seconds are paid advertisers to get you to buy into whatever product they're selling. So the NFL is smart they have a commercial with the inside of their own game now, just by simply showing you Taylor Swift. So I think it's brilliant marketing, but I don't think it's, and it's awesome that they found a relationship that they want to build on, and I'm cheering them on.
Let me ask you just one last thing, and then I'm going to close with Jonathan, and one other thing for you. How did Dancing with the Stars change your life?
A lot. That was the biggest surprise in my life, that had one of the biggest impacts. I'd never even watched the show before being on it. I never even heard of it. I don't watch TV, but I'm always busy trying to be on it. It's pretty funny. When I was playing football, for one, I'm an autodidact. I'm addicted to learning new things, and I picked up a new art or craft every.
Oh, I love that too. Absolutely.
And the first off season, I picked up a guitar, learned how to play until I could get in the studio and make music. The next year, I learned magic tricks. I'm really good at it. The next year, I learned how to shoot archery. The next year, I learned Olympic style fencing. And I just wanted to learn how to dance because I went to one of my buddy's shindigs, and in the background of the TV was on, and a commercial, people were sliding across the floor, and I was like, "Yo, that looks amazing." Somebody said, "Oh, that's they're doing a cha-cha." I said, "What the heck is a cha-cha?" They said, "That's ballroom dance." I'm like, "What in the world is ballroom dancing?"
Yeah.
And I said, "I want to learn." And I went to a local studio near me, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, when I'm training every off season from from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. After I Googled ballroom studio, went in, and I don't know the etiquettes or nothing. People all sitting there daintily. I'm walking in with a tank top. I come straight from the gym, not knowing anything. And the lady said, "Can we help you?" I said, "Yeah, I'm looking for the cha-cha." Like it's a person. Like, I don't even know what I'm asking. And she said, "Do you want to learn how to do the cha-cha?" I said, "Yes." She said, "You want public lessons or private?" I said, "Definitely private. I don't want nobody seeing this." Sure enough, she said, "We don't have any availability until 2 weeks from today." A week later, Dance with the Stars calls and said, "Do you want to be on the show?" I'm like, man, what a serendipitous thing, in which I was about to go pay to learn from a local ballroom studio, and they flew me out to learn from some of the best. And our first dance was a cha-cha. So it really tied me into another side of me. I love music, always have, but then I learned how to express myself through music. I still dance now, and I teach it, and I encourage every single guy in the world to go ballroom dance.
Oh, I agree. The reality of what it comes down to at the end of the day is that that's something that I want to pursue soon enough and have always wanted to pursue. And guess what? Men who have rhythm and get outside their comfort zone, it's always good with the ladies. So there you go.
Plus is a plus.
It's a plus. It's a plus. Jonathan, one last question for you. Thoughts on the upcoming football week? And I'd love to get your thoughts on the Las Vegas art scene as a whole.
So upcoming football week, I think, is going to be crazy. I mean, we saw what happened with Formula One in Vegas. It was buzzing. Airports, I mean, even the private airports were like full. So I can almost guarantee that the same thing's going to happen. Vegas is going to be flooded with, just a lot of the whole country is going to come to Vegas. I think that's number one. It's gonna be literally what Vegas is, like the capital, for that week. And so I think we're going to see a lot of different type of individuals. I'm also interested to see, what everyone's going to be wearing at this, because often you'll find with something like this, it gets very creative as well with the buzzing week. So it's going to be interesting to see how they can actually, put a spin on things. And I think the art scene during a week like this, often you'll find that, people coming to Vegas will go look for art and go see, what is like out there in Vegas. That there's different areas close to the Strip that you've got graffiti, you've got different galleries on the Strip, you've even got galleries in in the hotels. So I think there's going to be a lot of influx, and any of the the local artists, if they're showing, I'm pretty sure they're going to get a good amount of exposure for themselves.
And thank you both for being on CYInterview today.
Hey, thank you.
I'm Chris Yannick. Today on CYInterview, we welcome Las Vegas-based singer Mecca. She's here to talk about a lot of new things, including new music. You can catch her weekly on Saturday evenings at the Shag Room at Virgin Hotels, Las Vegas. Mecca, it's always great to see you. Thanks for being on CYInterview. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me. It's always exciting to do this with you. So I love this.
It's always nice to talk with you. So just to begin, before we get into all the other topics, for anybody who doesn't know your career, what's really interesting is that, lots of people come from other parts of the United States of America, but you're a Las Vegas forever, and your parents were also in the show business world. So why don't you tell me just a little bit about that?
Yes, so I'm definitely a showbiz baby. My mother was a Billie Holiday impersonator, and she did Legends in concert and many performances on the Strip. And then my father, self-taught piano player, super talented, and I just grew up watching them perform. And I think I was maybe around 4 years old when one of their friends, mutual friends, brought me to a performance, a show of theirs. And my parents told me, like, the look on your face, you just knew right then and there that you wanted to be a performer too. So I was just so mesmerized watching my parents up there and thinking like, wow, my parents are famous, you know?
How long have you been performing in front of audiences in Las Vegas and beyond?
Well, my mother discovered that I could sing around a very early age. I was probably around 4 or 5. And she came into my room and she heard me singing. And then she, had this idea popped in her mind. She was like, I have to get her seen. I have to get her exposure. And so it started off with small showcases, local showcases in Las Vegas, and that radio station sponsored as well. And I took first place in most of the showcases, but the category was gospel. So I started singing gospel music, and it just began from there. And it just kind of led to one opportunity to the next, where I was also traveling. I got accepted into the Atlanta City Choir and doing plays and shows, and it kind of just started that way.
So focusing on today, last year you signed a residency contract with Virgin Hotels Las Vegas and perform weekly on Saturday evenings, I think from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. at the Shagrum. We saw the show. It is phenomenal. What has it been like? How many months is it now? It seems like it's been a while.
Yes. So I started in April, but my residency officially started in September of last year. So it's been some time. I'm not very good at math, but it's been some time, and it's we build the show and try to switch it up and make it unique, and definitely play with the arrangements and kind of create our own sound. I have a full live band with horn, piano, bass, drums, and we just have so much fun up there on stage.
Your band is phenomenal. There's no denying that. But the thing of what it comes down to is that there are a lot of phenomenal lounge acts in Las Vegas, and you're definitely one of them. But I think you differentiate yourself from some of these other acts because you have a very powerful voice, but it's not a voice it's a voice that people can talk over. It's a voice that people can have a conversation with. It's the kind of lounge feel of Vegas of the past, right? But it's a very interesting, original voice, in my opinion.
Thank you. Yes. And I think that I'm an emotional singer. So it depends on what song that I'm singing, and it brings different emotions out of me. And I'm very a passionate, intense person. So I feel everything very deeply, and that includes singing as well. So I feel everything. I kind of put my all into a song, and I try to connect with the audience and make them feel, what I'm singing.
Well, aside from performing in Las Vegas every Saturday night at the Shagrum at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas, you also do your own music. You put out a new song. So why don't you tell us about the new song that you just put out and where people can find it?
Yes. So this song is called Footsteps in the Dark, and it was a tribute to the Isley Brothers and my mother. My mother would play the Isley Brothers when I was growing up, and I just remember hearing the voice of Ronald Isley. Like it was so soothing to me as a child, and I just loved the sounds that they created and played around with as well. And his brother is the guitarist, and just hearing him rip on guitar, it sparked so much intense emotion. And I've always loved this song, and I've always wanted to do it my style and my way. And so it was kind of like my tribute to both of them, to the group and to my mom.
And where can people find it?
You can find it on Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon, and I believe Tidal.
Okay, so moving forward from that, I want to say, you know, looking at this, you know, you are always performing. Everyone who's a Las Vegas entertainer is always performing. But for somebody who's coming to town, besides coming to see you at the Virgin Hotels, Las Vegas, what do you recommend to somebody who's never come to Las Vegas or feels like they've been to Las Vegas, but they might be missing out on the Las Vegas entertainment scene or something else? What would be your recommendations?
My recommendations I have many entertainer friends, and I am fans of them as well. Sky D Miles is incredible, and you're always going to be entertained at one of her shows, and she's so soulful and inspiring to watch as well. Rita Lim is another one that's very inspiring. She's an emotional singer too. And yeah, just I always recommend my friends, as I go to their shows and I support, and I get inspired. I call it my research. I learn and I get inspired as well by them as well.
As somebody who gets a chance to see all of you guys and witness all of these things, what a lot of people who may attend these shows or come on vacation might see somebody like Mecca is that they don't realize is that the entertainment community, though it seems big here and this is the entertainment capital of the world, it is a small group of people. And people in this entertainment community here in Las Vegas, they all support each other and they go to each other's shows and they really try to show, because there's just so much competition and everybody wants everybody to do well here.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I believe that, you know, it's very important to support one another. And it's, you know, this business, the music industry alone is difficult. And you're always being, you know, judged, criticized, you know, because it looks so easy to some people, it may look easy what we do. And, you know, being up on stage and just singing, people are like, oh, you know, that looks so easy. It really isn't, because you really have to open yourself up to people that you've never met before. You have to be willing to be vulnerable with the audience, vulnerable with your emotions, and be very raw to come across as genuine, because you can't fool the audience. They'll know.
Oh, there's no denying that. So let's talk about the tribute you will be giving to Sade at the end of the month.
Yes. So Sade is another musical influence. My mother listened to her a lot when I was little, and they favored physical features. And so it was, you know, I had a wild imagination as a child, and I was like, my mom's Sade, like, you guys look so much alike. You're very similar, and very similar sound too. So I just was so inspired by Sade, and I love her voice and her sultriness and her exotic sensuality that she like delivers on stage. And I have always wanted to do a tribute to Sade, and I didn't know when it was going to happen, how it was going to happen, but I had my MD who was organizing the show, and he was like, "Hey, let's do a tribute to Sade," and I was like, "Let's do it." So we decided March 30th, we're going to make it happen and perform all of her greatest hits, and it's going to be very like sultry, and I'm definitely going to channel my inner Sade in my own way, of course.
And the venue is going to be at the Gambit in Henderson, Nevada, which is just, you know, it's like about 15 minutes away from the Las Vegas Strip. You think that's about right?
Yes. It's a beautiful venue too. It just has so many different parts that are so different, different rooms that are just unique. And I love the space. It's very intimate.
Oh, it's a very intimate thing, but there's like three businesses in one place that are going on at the same time. It's a great place for a true serious artist to give a very intimate performance is the best way to describe it.
Absolutely. It's the perfect way to connect to your audience. And I think that's what's so special about it too, because I've studied, Sade, and her San Diego concert is probably still my favorite concerts of all time. And I watch it over and over and over again. And just, I'm mesmerized and I'm kind of lost. She has that thing about her that you're kind of, you feel this like magnetic pull to her. So I definitely want to make her proud.
Oh, I know that you will. It'll be you'll definitely be a smooth operator. There's no denying that.
Yes.
So moving forward on that, in closing, two last things. I want you to just talk a little bit more about like what you give in your performances at the Shag Room at the Virgin Hotels, Las Vegas, every Saturday night starting at 9 p.m. Like, what do you give your audience? What will they get when they come to your show?
You're gonna get all kinds of genres of music, but done in a very unique way. And I do not like to do anything like the record. I do like to play with the arrangements, and you're just going to get, a full sound, an incredible band. These musicians have played with some of the greatest, and I pride myself on having them a part of the show. I feel so blessed to work with so many talented, amazing musicians that understand me and get me, and our chemistry on stage is so powerful, and the audience is just, kind of it's like breathtaking. They're just so in tune and so pulled to just stay and be in and have fun. But yeah, our show is all about fun. It's all about connection. I think for me, the most important thing is connection. I love to talk to people, and I love to just make them feel something when I am singing. And I think the best feeling for me is when I am singing and I look out into the audience and someone is just right there with me and they're just like, yeah, like I feel that. It's all like vibration and they can feel that. And I just love that special connection where I see that I'm like, I have you, I know you're feeling what I'm singing.
After seeing your performance last year, we kind of had a discussion about this after seeing it. And this is what I said to you. I said, these are some of the most famous songs in music history, but you should sing them your way in the best way possible that you can perform them, not trying to be the artist and trying to imitate what they did.
Mm-hmm. It's very important for me to keep my individuality. I don't want to lose myself by trying to mimic everything that the artist is doing, the original artist is doing, because we're singing cover songs. And though I do my own music, I think that that's where artistry comes in. If you can deliver it in your unique way and still make a powerful impact on the audience, then you've done your job. That makes you an artist. So when your artistry shines through, that's what people appreciate and love.
Oh, there's no denying it. So in closing, I'll leave you with this. And this is one of the most interesting things because we've had you on CYInterview before last year. And when you told me and my colleague Jay Bildstein that you self-taught during the pandemic how to play the ukulele, I thought that was one of the most interesting and fascinating stories I've heard since we've been covering and been here in Las Vegas the last almost 6 years. So why don't you tell me about the motivation to do that and what it was like in the process?
So I had all of these plans to work with musicians on different projects. And when the pandemic happened, we're all quarantined. And I was thinking to myself, well, now what? What do I do? My voice is just my instrument. It would be so cool if I can accompany myself when writing songs or, learning a new skill, a new creative outlet. It would be just cool to learn an instrument. And then I started with guitar, and it didn't really feel as natural to me because I have really, really tiny hands. They're like baby hands. And I had a friend that was giving away a ukulele, and he said, would you like to have this? And I was like, oh, okay. So I'm doing research, I'm looking up ukuleles. I'm like, what is this instrument? It's so cool. And it fit perfectly. It just felt right. And so I just started playing with different chords and practicing every single day. I had a lot of time on my hands, so I was practicing every single day, and then, taught myself how to play songs. And then I wrote my first song on the ukulele called Stars and Moons, and that's how Stars and Moons was born. And it's very, very special to me. It definitely, words can't describe how special the ukulele is for me. It definitely brought me Stars and Moons, and I was able to write it on there. So I'm very, very proud of that.
Phenomenal thing about your show is when you go to the Shag Room at the Virgin Hotels Las Vegas is that even after you've been there for 4+ hours, you want more, because what I love about your music, besides you have so much different range of songs you sing and the things that you perform, and besides, again, your phenomenal band, is that you tell stories in between and you try to get the audience involved. And I really like that.
Yes. I try to, I get them involved because I genuinely care about what they're feeling. And I say this too when I'm up on stage, I'm here to make you feel something. And I am a storyteller. And, I say, if you know this song, sing it with me. Or if this song makes you, brings you back to a nostalgic moment, don't be shy to sing it with me. And then, I love to just walk up to them and just, I can feel and see them singing and again, feeling that connection. And it's just that special moment. And then once that song is ended, it happens a lot where a person will come up and be like, you know what? I absolutely love the way that you sang that song. And, I connected to that song since I was 8 years old. Or, for example, there is At Last by Etta James. And
Sure.
Such a good song and such a difficult song to sing as well. And I had someone come up to me and she's like, I've never heard anyone sing it like you did. You definitely put your own twist on it, but she's like, you sing it in your own way. And she's like, I don't, I'm trying to do that myself. She's an inspiring singer too. And I love that. I love inspiring artists as well who are in the audience, and they also come up to me and share, what they're going through, and also how we've inspired them in some way, somehow, and whatever they can take from it and learn from what we do, because we're all each other's teachers, especially in this industry. It's, the more knowledge you have, the better. So, and I'm never too proud to learn anything. I'm always a student. I'm always learning. I'm always open to knowledge. And I think that's what makes you a great artist and performer.
Yep. Well, if you're coming to Las Vegas or you're in Las Vegas, you need to venture just a little bit off the Las Vegas Strip to the east and head over to the Virgin Hotels Las Vegas and book some seats to see Mecca on Saturday nights at the Shag Room. So in closing, where can everybody find you on social media and all those other good places?
Well, you can find me at Mecca with a 3. So it's M3CCA official on TikTok, on Instagram, and Facebook as well, and on YouTube.
And on YouTube. And also in closing, of course, you will be able to catch her for one night only at Gambit in Henderson, Nevada, just a couple of miles away from Las Vegas proper, at Gambit in Henderson on March 30th, giving a tribute concert to the music of Sade. Mecca, thank you so much for being on CYInterview.
Thank you so much.
Anything you wanted in closing?
Thank you so much for having me. Absolutely.
You're welcome.
Doing this, and yeah, it's such an honor. Seriously,
it's always an honor, and it's always a great pleasure to speak with you too. Thank you so much for being on CYInterview.
Thank you. Bye.
Chris Shandick, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. If you haven't already, please hit that like button below, and please hit that subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview in Las Vegas and beyond. We greatly appreciate it. Tonight we welcome on ventriloquist, actress, and comedian April Brucker. She's here in the entertainment capital of the world. This is where she resides, like us. And of course, she's known for her appearances on TLC's My Strange Addiction and Entertainment Tonight, among many other programs in America and beyond. April, thanks so much for joining us on CYInterview tonight. I'm so happy to have you here.
And I'm happy to be here. I love Las Vegas. It's absolutely fabulous. It's a fabulous community of people. I get to meet people like yourself.
Oh, I love that too. So why don't you just get into it? Had a lot of mainstream articles about your love of puppets, but let's just, before we get into all that, just tell me why you wanted to be a ventriloquist. I know you're a multi-talent, but let's focus on that.
Okay, Chris, you see, when I was growing up, I don't know how old you are, but the big thing was talk to the hand. And I'm probably dating myself when I say that, talk to the hand. And my dad said to me, April, you're never going to be able to make a living by telling people to talk to the hand. What do you think of that, Mr. Hand? Oh, she is doing that right now. Oh, what he's trying to say is I'm a ventriloquist. But what actually made me want to be a ventriloquist was I grew up without cable, and I usually had my own imagination, and I was a huge fan of Sesame Street, huge fan of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And so anyway, my family got cable. We were channel surfing. My dad, all these channels, finally, didn't like the commercials, got to an Edgar Bergen tribute special. They had Jeff Dunham and everybody on. My family members tried to talk like the ventriloquists. Because I had my great-grandmother's sideways Irish smile, I was the only one that could do it. And from there, it just got out of hand. Hello, gorgeous, and who are you?
This is Chris Shandick from CYInterview. For the record, I'm about to be 40 this year.
Oh, so you're about to be 40. Well, Chris, call me in 40 more years. Then you can be my sugar daddy.
That's about where we are in American society today. But with that being said, so I don't want to fast forward too much, but let's just kind of do an overview. Of course, there was TLC's My Strange Addiction, and then there were 2 articles in the Daily Mail, I believe, in 2015 and 2023, talking about your gigantic puppet collection and how you've spent tens of thousands of dollars on this puppet collection. So I guess the question is that how did this all occur in your mind looking back?
How did it all occur? Mae Wilson is here with me. Yes, and it occurred really well. Good, April. I'm going to let you answer that question. So what occurred was I moved to New York City to attend the Tisch School of the Arts because I was very serious about becoming a ventriloquist growing up. And I had my own television show, Storytime with April and Friends, where my puppet Sweetie Pie and I read bedtime stories to children. I had April Talk, where I interviewed people. April Rock, I moved to New York City. met my fiance, and he said it was either me or the puppets. Loser. Okay, May. She doesn't like him. So anyway, at first I was really conflicted because I wanted to be a wife and a girlfriend. But then I thought, I also want to be a ventriloquist. And I made the decision to put my puppets under the bed. And Chris, let me tell you, I was getting bugs, and not the fun kind like Kim Kardashian gets, okay? Um, so anyway, I put May under the bed, and the relationship just got worse. And so after several months, I missed my puppets. I got May out, and I said, May, I miss you. And I said, hey, girl, you know what to do. So we walked into the kitchen. May was on my arm, and I said, listen, you were always a loser, and April is chosen, and it's either you or the Cockets. Well, guess what? She's chosen the Cockets. Sayonara. Yeah, I actually broke up with him with May Wilson on my arm. He's never gotten over that. No.
Well, I'm just going to say this too. So let's move ahead. I think in the 2023 article, it said you had 38 puppets, and maybe you have more now. But what's the number now? And is it fair to say, based on these articles, if the media representations are correct, that you probably have spent a couple $100,000 on these puppets? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that is. But you got to remember that I'm a professional ventriloquist. They need new hair. And boy, do I need new hair, Chris. What are you doing later? Okay, stop hitting on the interviewer. But yeah, they need new hair. They need new clothing. And they have to have new traveling suitcases. There are times that we travel. They have to have special arrangements to travel. And these puppets, they're working puppets. This is a family where everybody works. May, tell him what you've been up to. Well, I have a recording career. This past Christmas, April and I had a song called Merry Christmas. I'm so glad I didn't marry you. And it made its debut on the Kyle and Jackie O show, the #1 morning show in Australia. That's right, I go down under. Oh, okay, May, stop making it uncomfortable for everyone. But anyway, so we had our song streamed all over the world, and she was a very busy puppet. I even made a music video, and you're in the studio this week because you have a special project with the world famous Ink Spots. That's right. We're covering the song That's the Way It Is, and it was originally sung by the original Ink Spots and Ella Fitzgerald. In the Ink Spots music, it's getting a resurgence with Fallout. And if you listen to Fallout, you know the game, I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire, that's the Ink Spots. And that's right, that's the way it is, and I'm working with the world famous Ink Spots, so I'm a busy puppet. And a busy puppet means, we got to buy more dresses for her, more shoes. And they add up because they got to be a special size. The hair has to be a special way. April, you really took the long way in answering that question.
I like details here on CYInterview. Question then becomes, more than anything else, I mean, obviously, again, you had an ex-fiance. That didn't work out. No one should ever have to give up their dreams or ambitions if they truly love somebody. I agree with that. But the question I have for you is that today, I mean, I know I read in the 2023 article, I believe, that that there have been people who wanted to date you and some guys as far as Croatia, if I'm not mistaken. But, have you found anybody, or are you still looking for Mr. Puppet Right?
I'm just desperately seeking Mr. Okay. April, what are you doing on the show looking for some random guy from Oklahoma when somebody as handsome as Chris is right here? Okay. Leave Chris alone. We've been through this. I'm so sorry, Chris. But anyway.
No apology needed.
I'm just desperately seeking Mr. Okay. I just want a guy that likes puppets, that has a job, the bare minimum. But, I've been looking for Mr. Okay for a while after things ended with my ex, and that's a funny thing. I was street performing in New York City because May Wilson and I were using every chance we got to be the best duo that we could be as my puppet collection grew. And we were street performing, and this guy comes up to us with a camera, and he was very attractive, and he wants to take our picture. Actually, he wanted to take my picture. Easy, May. But anyway, he wanted to take our picture. And so he's taking our picture. And I'm telling him about my fiance because I kind of wanted a date, you know? And he says to me, well, my girlfriend doesn't always understand my picture. So it was like girlfriend, and I was crushed. I wasn't, and only made me want to more. Easy, May. But anyway, we get a call a year later, and it's a casting company. They're like, hey, is it true that you left your fiance for your puppets? I said, well, the relationship had more problems. And they said, well, our casting assistant's boyfriend took your picture a year ago in Williamsburg. And I took the phone and I said, it's true, it's true. You want to put me on TV? Where do I have to go? And the next thing I know, I was on TLC's My Strange Addiction. But the good thing about My Strange Addiction and the proposals that I've been getting is it's streaming on Hulu, Paramount Plus, and when you go to the show, you see somebody that looks familiar. That would be me on the graphic. No, that's me and my puppet family, May. I got you the job. No, I got you the job. And we've been getting play all over the world. And so, like it said in the TLC article, I've gotten fan mail as far away from prisoners in Croatia. April's huge with prisoners. Easy, May.
Let me just ask, so moving forward, obviously this is the entertainment capital of the world. There are talented performers in all different entertainment genres and specifics. But what was the main motivation to move here?
Well, the main motivation was I started working with my manager, Clinton Ford Billups Jr., and he said, you need to think outside of New York City. You need to think of Las Vegas. And I had never thought of myself as living somewhere other than New Yorker. I was a dyed-in-the-wool New Yorker. I didn't even have a driver's license when I moved out here. You still don't want to see her drive. Easy, May. I'm a better driver than you are. It is true. She is a better driver. Well, I'm getting better. I still haven't tackled the freeway. Well, anyway, I was I took the subway everywhere, But he said you could, we talked about me doing my own one-woman show, April Unwrapped, because at this point, a lot had happened in my life. I left my fiance. I'd been on reality television, and I'd gone to grad school for creative writing at Antioch University, Los Angeles. And a lot of it was I wanted to learn how to write better scripts for my puppets. And my manager was trying to get me to look at Las Vegas, and I was very impressed by Las Vegas. I loved the warm weather. I absolutely loved just the environment and the people that I met. And I also had 2 books under my belt. The first was I Came, I Saw, I Sang, Memoirs of a Singing Telegram Delivery Girl. And because that's what I did to support myself in New York City. And it gave me the confidence to do all sorts of things. And the second was an adult picture book called April Unwrapped. And I was going to do a one-woman show called April Unwrapped. I premiered in January of 2020, 2 preview weekends. I was spectacular. Okay, easy does it, May. And then I was supposed to open in March of 2020, and we all know what happened.
So here's my question for you. So there's been some highlights over these last couple of years in Las Vegas: Planet Hollywood, Notoriety Theater, Alexis Park. Why don't you tell me about your highlights here in Las Vegas in the last 5 years since you've been here?
Well, I've done a lot in Las Vegas. I've hosted my own show called April in Vegas, and it's a TV chat show, and it's been an amazing ride poolside at the English Hotel with Steve Dennis. I was the special guest star in an all-female review. No. I was the special guest star. No, May, I was the special guest star. No, I was the special guest star. We were the special guest stars. No. I was the special guest star. May, shh. There's no I in team. No, but there's a me. Okay. Yeah, we were the special guest stars. And we got to experience a Las Vegas audience, which a Las Vegas audience is different than any audience on the face of the planet. And May, tell them about one of the highlights. Well, at the end of our routine, which is very salty, I show off my vocal stylings. Celine Dion moves over. And I was singing Mr. Sandman. It's the way we wrap up because sometimes our set can be, a little abrasive. And this guy in the front row stands up and screams, "Oh my gosh, the puppet sings!" And I really do sing. And anyway, I said to one of my castmates, Sean Cooper, veteran here in Las Vegas, I said, "Do they know that she's not real?" And Sean looks at me and he goes, "Listen, this is Las Vegas. She goes to the supermarket. She picks up laundry. She's real. This is Vegas." And I said, "Darn right I'm real. And FYI, April, I'm not a puppet. I'm a textile American. And if you're watching, I do need a sugar daddy." She's pushing the sugar daddy thing. Well, it is Las Vegas. What better place to find a sugar daddy than Las Vegas?
So what was the name of the review you were in?
Burlesque Q.
Gotcha. I'm aware of that. Okay, that makes sense. So then let me just ask you, I think that you're incredibly talented. There's no denying that, and you're absolutely an original. There's no denying that, and you have absolutely a artistic background. Have you been working on getting your own show in a venue on a weekly basis? I know it's a process. It takes a long time. You really have to push for these things, but what's the plan?
The plan is I'm in pre-production for another season of my chat show, April in Vegas. And I'm also, May and I are also in the studio this week with the Ink Spots recording That's the Way It Is. Actually, I'm recording That's the Way It Is. And so we're going to be doing some music and some shows. Stay tuned, everybody, and watch out.
Is it fair to say that you do some touring as well? Outside of Vegas?
Oh, yes, it is. Absolutely. I have done, what's that show we did? We were in the Vermont Burlesque Festival. Yeah, we were in the Vermont Burlesque Festival. It was a great time, but there's nothing like Vermont in the winter. Well, anyway, Chris, I gotta go see my sugar daddy. I'll be back. There she goes. Clean up Canal 5, clean up Canal 5. Oh, my gosh. You look like somebody famous, but you're not. Well, I'm Mr. Las Vegas' second cousin, twice removed. Twice removed? Yes, I was removed once by casino security and once by the Clark County Department of Health. So, you're not Mr. Las Vegas. No, little darling. I'm Mr. Almost Las Vegas. Almost Las Vegas. Thank you very much. Clean up Canal 5. What's going on? Sorry, I'm still on the clock. Have you ever met your famous cousin? Well, yes, I have. He gave me his autograph once. Autograph? That's great. It was big and gold at the bottom of the restraining order. I see. But yeah, this is Dwayne Newton. I'm another one of my characters.
So let me just ask you, focusing going forward, tell me a little bit about the show that you do at the English Hotel that you were mentioning earlier and when the next season is beginning.
The next season is beginning in a few months. It's a TV chat show where I interview people, just like you're interviewing me now. And I also have a segment called Puppets on the Street. Yes, and I, starting to have an investigative journalism background. And when I interview somebody, I say, the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. No, you don't, Dwayne. Yes, I do. Clean up Canal 5. Half off on tortilla chips. It's tortilla chips. Tortilla. Sorry, this is what I got to deal with. But yeah, and I'm doing Dummies on the Street is one of the segments. But I interview people like I'm interviewing you now, and I had a lot of great guests on, like Morale Cotby. I had she was Illuminate. I had Dustin Wax from the Burlesque Hall of Fame. I had, Goody from Goody's Original Popcorn, and my co-host, Steve Dennis. He's got his own YouTube channel, Cash and Crash Las Vegas Live. And so we're in pre-production right now, but we've had some holdups because we're SAG after production. We had the strike. Then my co-host had some health issues and it got hot real quick. So things didn't move as quickly as we wanted to, but now they're moving along. And I just want to say, Duncan Shane for having me right here. You've been a fabulous host. Okay, oh my gosh, this is what I gotta deal with.
It's pretty phenomenal, honestly. So let's get the number here so we can update the number. Is it still 38 puppets or is it more at this point?
Yes, it's 38.
Okay. So here's my question in this regard. Like, how often do you use all of them? Are there ones that you favor more than others? Are there ones that are seasonal situations? Like, how does that work?
Well, every puppet has, and that's a good question, has a different purpose. Sometimes when I do stuff that's more family oriented, I'll use certain puppets. He's absolutely a Las Vegas puppet. Yes, because I'm Mr. Almost Las Vegas. Thank you, Dwayne. Dwayne Newton, everybody. And just so you know, you can see me performing at the Kroger Supermarket Slot Parlor. Kroger's. But I got hopes and I got dreams. Someday when they get a game license, I hope to appear at Whole Foods. But yeah, but he's more Las Vegas. Then I have a mobster turned magician. I have a gambling granny. I have a grill. And so everybody has their own thing. And then I have a zombie for Halloween. I have a monster. So yeah, some of these are in fact seasonal. But yeah, this is an excellent question. I wish people would ask it more.
You're more than welcome. So, thoughts in closing, focusing probably on the most prominent ventriloquist in town, Terry Fader. Does he give you hope for the future?
Actually, yes, he does. Terry's been a bit of an inspiration for me, and I talk about it in my book, Don't Read My Lips. It's available on Amazon. And back in the day, I got to get back to Kroger's. Gosh, I'm just going to talk to you now in closing, person to person. And people say to me, April, how many guests are going to come with you? And I say, I'm not like one guest, I'm like three, as you can see, at least. And he does
Sure.
give me hope for the future because when I was a little ventriloquist, I was on Rachel Ray. And I did a segment called Audience Has Got Talent, and he had just won America's Got Talent. And Jerry Springer says to me, "You're no Terry Fader." And of course, I'm little, I'm on TV, I'm crushed, okay? I'm a baby. But then I worked really, really hard because I was inspired by Terry Fayer. I was inspired by that win. I was inspired by the success in Vegas. So years later, Mae Wilson and I found ourselves in front of Jerry Springer again. And we said to him, we took your advice, we worked hard, and now we're doing shows in Las Vegas and everywhere. So yeah, Terry does give me hope for the future. So does Jeff Dunham. So does Paul Zerden. So does Darcy Lynn. So does this crop of young ventriloquists coming up. They all give me hope for the future.
April Brooker, who is based here in Las Vegas. You can see her in the upcoming season of April in Vegas. That takes place at the English Hotel. Hopefully we'll be seeing a new season in a couple of months. April, in closing, tell us where everyone can find you.
In closing, please check out That's the Way It Is, featuring April Brooker, Mae Wilson, and the Ink Spots. I just want to push that. I am so anxious for that project. And you can also find me on Facebook under the April Brooker, Instagram under the April Brooker. I'm on X. And I am on YouTube under April Brooker Comedy, or just look at April Brooker and I should come up.
We'll be linking at the bottom of this one, as always, on CYInterviews, so everyone can find her. April Brooker, ventriloquist, very talented, very inspiring, very positive, and very funny. Thank you so much for joining us on CYInterview, and we'll absolutely have to have you back at some point.
Thank you.
Chris Shanti, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. If you haven't already, please hit the like button below and please hit the subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview in Las Vegas and beyond. It's WrestleMania week. It's the Thursday, 2 days away until the Saturday night one of WrestleMania, Allegiant Stadium, home of the Las Vegas Raiders. Of course, there are 2 nights, April 19th and then Sunday, April 20th. So there are tons of pro wrestling stars in town for the WWE. Of course, there are also stars at different fan conventions from the past, from pro wrestling from 20, 30 years ago. But aside from all of these wrestling legends in town and the current WWE stars today, this WrestleMania week also brought to the town a best-selling author from the New York Times best-selling author, and WWE historian, pro wrestling historian Keith Elliott Greenberg. Mr. Greenberg met some fans at the downtown DDT Las Vegas bar and grill tonight to talk about his new book, Bigger, Better, and Badder. It's the story of how WrestleMania 3 changed the wrestling business. We had a chance to talk with Keith Elliott Greenberg about his new book, and here's what he told us.
My new book is Bigger, Better, Badder, WrestleMania 3 and the Year It All Changed. It is currently WrestleMania week in Las Vegas. There's currently something like 100,000 visitors to the city of Las Vegas. I don't believe any of this would have occurred if WrestleMania 3 in 1987 hadn't sold out an NFL stadium. To me, that was really a key moment. It was a moment when wrestling had been a fad, and now it became serious entertainment, where media conglomerates, sponsors, and licensees said this is something to invest in. I put a lot of emphasis on what it was like to play for the losing team. So it's not just about WrestleMania 3, but I spoke to people who were in other promotions, and they couldn't seem to, beat this WWE juggernaut. And so Greg Gagne, whose father owned the American Wrestling Association, he's in the book. The director of the Von Erichs world-class television show is in the book. Ross Hart, Bret Hitman Hart's brother, who is the Hart family historian, is in the book. So all those people contributed a valuable perspective. Cowboy Bill Watts, the promoter, was in the book. We get a full picture of what the industry was like and how WrestleMania 3 changed it.
Mr. Greenberg also told us about what he thought about WrestleMania being this week in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas is almost a tailor-made city for WrestleMania. It is a spectacle city. It's one of these places where what you see isn't necessarily what is going on. So it's the perfect place for smoke and mirrors, and it's very suitable for professional wrestling. But I think much like, these casinos were the dream of gangsters from the Northeast, and a lot of people are very cynical as to whether it would fly in the middle of the desert. Well, that's what professional wrestling has become. You had people who had all the traits of classic carnies, and they created something so large, now the world comes to them.
Finally, on a side note, Keith Elliott Greenberg, back in 2003, was the co-author for wrestling legend Classy Freddie Blassie's book, Listen You Pencil Neck Geeks. In 2003, I had the great fortune to interview Classy Freddie Blassie prior to his passing. Keith Elliott Greenberg was the co-author for that book. You're going to get to hear that CY interview again now at the end of this recording. I'm Chris Shanti for CY Interview. If you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CY Interview in Las Vegas and beyond, and I'll see you in the next one.
I'd like to welcome my guest this time. It's truly an honor, a wrestling legend in no sense and no doubt, Classy Freddie Blassie. First off, how are you doing today?
Fine. Can you hold just one second?
Sure.
Yeah, hello now.
Your book, The Legends of Wrestling, Classy Freddie Blassie, Listen, You You Pencil Neck Geeks is a story of your life from growing up in St. Louis, Missouri, to your start in wrestling, to your run with the WWE. Did you think it was time to do this book, and what can fans expect from the book altogether?
What brought me together with the last part I didn't understand.
What made you decide to write this book, basically?
Oh, well, it was just approached to write the story of my life. After all, 85 years old, and I guess they figured, or I figured also, that it's about high time they start writing something because I'm getting a little bit old.
How did you come up with the catchphrase, "Listen, you pencil neck geeks"?
Well, that was when I was a teeny youngster, and I was wrestling in carnivals, and I got there a little early, and the fellow that ran the wrestling carnival, he told me, he said, why don't you go next door and take a look at the freaks? So I went next door, and there was this guy here biting heads off of chickens, off of snakes and things, and I left, and he said, well, how'd you like it? I said, I don't know, this guy here makes me sick. He bites the heads off of snakes and everything. He's a real pencil neck. In fact, he's a real pencil neck geek, and that's how that came about.
When you made your debut in a wrestling at a carnival, what was that like? And maybe you can go back and tell me what the days of wrestling were like back then. And your mom thought wrestling was foolishness, am I right?
Well, it's altogether different today than in that era. I mean, now there's more aerial tactics and everything. The fellas are in much better condition than we ever thought of being. Because many times I'd wrestle, get in the car and drive 300 miles, and I didn't have enough money for a room, so I'd sleep in my car, and if I needed a bite to eat, I'd get a hamburger or something. But it's a lot harder today. I'm glad I was in the early days of wrestling instead of today.
Why do you think you got over so well as a heel, as a wrestler and a manager, that by being such a bad guy during your wrestling programs that you have had death threats, been stabbed 21 times, and even been doused with acid? What are your thoughts on all that, and did you ever consider about being a good guy?
No, that was the furthest thing from my mind, because I looked out at the audience and I see nothing but idiots. Anybody that goes and cuts somebody or throws acid on them, I guarantee you, and also losing the sight of a right eye. These are things that you don't look forward to when you become a wrestler. You're thinking about getting in a ring and getting out. And all I ever thought about was getting in a ring and getting out safely, the way I got in. But it didn't happen that way.
How many legitimate injuries did you have through your career?
If I were to tell you, I wouldn't be telling you the truth. I had every rib on the right side broken, 5 on the left, 7th to the 11th thoracic vertebrae fused together. I have 2 interplant knees, I have 1 kidney, and well, then the cuts and different things that happen in the injuries to the ring and out of the ring. I suffered as much almost out of the ring as I did in the ring due to these idiotic fans.
When you left to serve your country in World War II in the Navy, did you ever think you would return to wrestling, and how did you end up back in wrestling after the war?
Well, no, I always wanted to be a wrestler. There was no 2 ways about it. My mother, she used to call it foolishness. She said, why don't you cut out that foolishness and get a job? I said, I want to be a wrestler. She said, yeah, but you're not making no money, you're not, no expenses or nothing. I said, but I don't care, I want to be a wrestler. And many times I went hungry. And many times, for lack of sleep, like I say, I slept in my automobile. And if I want to use the men's room, I'd have to go to a service station. So things weren't all peaches and cream. But the fellas today, the traveling they do, I guarantee, I think, to me, it's a lot harder what they're doing today than what I did.
What were the days of the wrestling territories like for you in New York, Los Angeles, and Georgia?
Oh, God. You'd go into a territory like, say, New York.
Mm-hmm.
The first time I came to New York, I was a punk kid wrestling around East St. Louis, Illinois, in St. Louis, Missouri, where I was from. And I wasn't doing anything. And one of the fellows said, "Why don't you go to New York?" He said, "They're looking for wrestlers." So, like a ding-a-ling, I went to New York, and I had about 5 matches. And a promoter called me on the side one time. He said, "Son," he said, "you're not qualified to wrestle these men up here. Now go somewhere and learn the trade, and then I'm sure one of these days you're going to be a top-notcher." And I thought to myself, if this old geezer just wants to get rid of me, I know what he's after. So I left New York. I went down south, and that's where I did most of my wrestling and training, down in the south. And it was rough. I mean, those Southerners down there, they played for keeps.
Tell me about your classic feud with John Tolos in the Los Angeles territory, and what are your best memories of John Tolos altogether?
Well, I had a lot of respect for John Tolos as a person, but as a wrestler, not too much. I didn't care for anyone else. As far as I was concerned, there was only one wrestler, and that was Classy Freddie Blassie. And John gave me fit after fit after fit every time I put on those tights and got in the ring with him. I knew I was going to be in for a heck of a beating, and I knew he was going to get one too. And that's the reason why the fans all turned out whenever Tolos and Blassie would meet in the ring.
Tell me about your very bloody feud with Ricky Dozan in Japan, as you made a name for yourself as the Vampire for that very violent feud, and what was it like working in Japan overall?
Well, I mean, they wanted some wrestlers for Japan, and I'd never been there, and I was a champion and everything over here, which meant not too much to the Japanese. They only had one wrestler in mind, and that was Ricky Dozan. So I went over there and I wrestled, and I had battle after battle, not only with the wrestlers, but the fans also. And they would follow me. I'd get up in the morning in the hotel, go out to the restaurant to have a bite to eat, and there might be 50 to 100 people in the lobby waiting to see me. And every step I took, they took right with me. And great wrestling fans, but they sure didn't care for Freddie Blassie. They called him the Vampire.
What was it like to wrestle at the beginning of the WWE under the first of the McMahons, Jess McMahon, then his son Vincent James McMahon, and his grandson Vincent Kennedy McMahon? And do they compare? And how did they compare? And how do you think each of them contributed to the success of the World Wrestling Entertainment altogether?
Well, Vince McMahon Jr., the promoter today, he's got more on a ball than all the other promoters put together. From the years gone by, you could accumulate them, get them all together and everything, and shake them upside down, and their brains wouldn't even rattle, because they don't have any. But I guarantee you, this man here, he's been condemned so many times, but that's something that I'll never be able to say, because time after time after time, he came to my rescue. And I'll always respect him for that, and his wife, and his children, and his father, Vince Sr. And Jess, his grandfather, that was the man that gave me the advice and told me, son, you got to get more experience before you're qualified to keep wrestling with fellas like this. It was the best advice I could have gotten.
You managed Hulk Hogan in the WWF days during the early feud between Hogan and Andre when Hogan was the heel. What are your thoughts fully on Hogan, and does it amaze you to see him wrestling still today and have the popularity that he does?
Well, that's something no one can understand. I mean, here's a guy that's lost matches and everything, and hasn't given too good of interviews and what have you like. He's impressed with his own importance, which is good, but he's not as good as he thinks he is.
You also had the chance to manage Jesse Ventura during his days with the World Wrestling Entertainment. What are your thoughts fully on Jesse Ventura as a wrestler, and did you ever expect him to be the governor of Minnesota?
He was a great talker even when I was managing. He wouldn't even listen when I was telling him things to do. He had his own way of doing it, and that's the way it was going to be. And when he got elected governor of Minnesota, I was very surprised. People say, well, I should have run competition to him. I'm no politician. I'm strictly a wrestler at all times, front, center, and the end. I'll always be Classy Freddie Blassie, the wrestler, not Classy Freddie Blassie, the politician.
You got the chance to manage Muhammad Ali in the infamous boxer versus wrestler match. What was it like to work with Muhammad Ali altogether, and do you consider that one of your highlights of your career?
Muhammad Ali was one of the nicest gentlemen I've ever had the pleasure to meet. He never disputed anything I told him. When he went over to wrestle and fight Antonio Inoki, Inoki kept staying on the mat all the time, kept kicking. And he'd come back in after the end of the round, and Muhammad Ali would tell Angelo Dundee, who was his manager, that I'm going to go out and get on the mat with him. And I told him, I said, don't you dare do that. Be the biggest mistake in your life. What he'll do is break your leg and he'll break your arm, because boxer has no chance whatsoever with a wrestler. Whenever you have a mixed match, wrestler versus boxer, boxer versus wrestler, you can always bet your bottom dollar that the boxer's going to lose.
How did Hollywood affect your career as far as working with Andy Kaufman in the film Breakfast with Lassie, which was an underground classic in which you uttered the words, "What the hell ever happened to the human race?"
Andy was another guy. This was a fella, I came out of the ring, and I'm going down to the dressing room, and he's standing there. I said, "Hey boy, you're not allowed back here. Get out of here." And I chased him out. Next week I came back, he's there again. I said, "Hey, I ran you out last week. Get the hell out of here." And I don't care what you want, get out of here. So, as I walked down the dressing room, the fella taking care of the locker rooms and things, the showers and what have you, he said, "Mr. Blassie, you know who that is?" I said, "No." He said, "That's Andy Kaufman." I said, "Who's Andy Kaufman?" He said, "He's a comedian." I said, "He's not too funny to me." And so then I thought the following week he wasn't there. I said, well, I got rid of him once and for all. And I had to park a half a block away from the arena, the Olympic Auditorium, because there was no parking facilities left.
Okay.
So anyway, as I start walking in the car, he said, "Mr. Blassie." I thought, oh no, not again. And I said, "What do you want?" He said, "I want to talk to you." I said, "I don't want to talk to you." And he said, "Please, I want to talk." So invited him over and took him out. We had a bite to eat, and from then on we became friends. He was one of the nicest kids I've ever had the pleasure to meet. He wanted to become Freddie Blassie of the entertainment world.
When you finished your career fully with the World Wrestling Entertainment as a wrestler and a manager, what were your thoughts from retiring from inactive ring action altogether? And was that hard for you?
Well, yes, it was quite a blow to my ego. I didn't think I was ever going to get old, and they decided to make me a manager, or I couldn't wrestle no more. None of the promoters, they'd use me, but they'd want to give me preliminary money. Well, I wasn't fit to be tied with preliminary money. I figured my value at an arena to the gate was 85% of the drawing capacity.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about how the Grand Wizard, Captain Lou Albano, and yourself started Paul Heyman's career in wrestling in many ways.
Well, Paul Heyman, this guy here, I'm telling you, he's a little weird. Now, anyway, he wanted to get involved, and he got acquainted with the Wizard. And I went down to downtown in Manhattan before the Madison Square Garden show, and the Wizard said, "Hey," he said, "I got a kid over here wants to sell some of your pictures." And I thought to myself, well, ready cash. I mean, I was visualizing maybe $100, $50, and so I give the kid, I forget how many pictures now offhand, could be 50 or 100 pictures. Mm-hmm. And then 2 weeks later, they told me, they said, "Hey, Paul Henning's looking for you." I said, "Who's Paul Henning?" He said, "That's the guy that sells those pictures." I said, "Oh, yeah." I was visualizing money, $50 or $100. And he come in and gave me $3. I said, $3? What the hell are you doing with $3? I said, "I'll beat your brains in." He says, "Well, that's all I sold." "All you sold? I thought you were going to sell pictures." And that was my first acquaintance with Paul Henning.
You are known today as a very motivational speaker for all the guys in WWE today. What kind of reaction do you get from the current World Wrestling Entertainment superstars of today when you go to a show or a WWE event, and do you still follow the current World Wrestling Entertainment product today?
Yeah. As I said before, today the wrestler has a much harder time. The aerial tactics they use and everything, the body slams and beals and out of the ring, in the ring, head of the ring post. And once in a while my wife she'll say, "Where's so-and-so?" And I say, "Well, he got hurt. He's in the hospital, or he's at home recuperating."
Mm-hmm.
People think that you can just go out and playing tiddly, but it's altogether different. And I mean, the promoter won't use you unless you can draw money. If you can't draw money, you're not worth a hill of beans.
When you watch wrestling today and you see these guys take these incredible bumps and you look back on your time, do you think today's WWE product is more entertainment than it is about the wrestling, for sure?
Well, people, they say, well, prearrange this, prearrange that. You never had to prearrange anything for me. I did my own prearranging.
Mm-hmm.
I'd go out and I'd bust your head wide open, chew on your forehead, chew on your ear.
Mm-hmm.
I used to file my teeth, and that was legit. They put the camera right on my mouth and watch me filing the teeth. And there's no way you can get around doesn't hurt.
Mm-hmm. Finally, maybe you could give a message to your fans, and supposedly you tell some of the best Polish jokes in the world, so maybe we can get one of those as well, if possible.
Polish joke?
Yeah.
I never heard of a good Polish joke yet. They remind me of Ivan Putski. Ivan Putski. You remember Ivan Putski?
Yeah, I sure do.
Yeah. He's not worth a hill of beans. He was ridiculing me while I was doing an interview. I stopped the interview and I walked over to Ivan Putski where he was sitting with a couple of his cohorts. I says, "Get up, you no good." I can't say it on TV, otherwise we'll be, or on radio, we'll be barred for life. But anyway, the guy sat there like he was glued to this chair. Didn't make one move. I said, "Get up." I said, "I'll snuff you up one nostril and pour you out the other." And I said, "When I'm finished with you, I'll stomp you to death." To this day, he still he hasn't recuperated fully from what I said. And believe me, I was in the mood to do it too, because here's the guy that, with that Putski, that dance of his and all that junk. I mean, you take that away from him and he's nothing.
And a message to your fans?
Well, just remember, there's only one Classy Freddie Blassie.
Thank you so much for your time, Classy Freddie Blassie. You take care.
You know, if you're in good health, age doesn't really matter unless you are a cheese.
Makes sense in some sense. Thank you for your time.
Christianic CYInterview covering Las Vegas and the world. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit that like button below and hit that subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview in Las Vegas and beyond. We greatly appreciate it. Today on CYInterview, we are excited to have Sandy Davidson. Ms. Davidson is an attorney, journalist, author, and was formerly a professor at the University of Missouri School of Law. Her work has been published in a variety of scholarly journals. Today, she's turned her ample writing skills to fiction. She has written 2 books, and she's going to tell us about them today. Sandy, it's so great to have you on CYInterview. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I am doing well also. So before we get into talking about your 2 new books, why don't you tell me a little bit about your entire journey in law, journalism, research, academia? Feel free to share whatever you like for our audience.
Yes. Well, I always say I have kind of a checkered past. I started out as an oboe major, but my first semester in college decided, no, that's a hobby. That's not a profession. I got into philosophy. I got a PhD in philosophy from the University of Connecticut, came back to Missouri and got my law degree. I was teaching at law school when an opening came suddenly at the School of Journalism. Now, the University of Missouri School of Journalism is quite an operation. Anyway, I was delighted to get the invitation to come and teach communications law for a semester. I taught for 30 years and truly enjoyed it. I had marvelous experiences. I got to teach at our London program for a semester. I got to work in China one summer. Just marvelous experiences.
Oh, you know, no doubt have an unbelievable academia history, journalism history, law history, all that stuff. So you have written 2 new books. Now you're putting your passion into writing the fiction. The titles for the books are Sentenced for Silence and Deaf, Dark, Hollow Hole. Where did your passion for writing the fiction come from?
Well, first of all, Death at Dark Hollow Hole is actually a true book, a true crime book. My passion started actually when I was in high school. When I was a professor, of course, I had to publish, but I enjoyed that. So I was doing publications concerning, of course, First Amendment law, trying to protect journalists, executions. I have been interested in those. And I got to do a lot of academic work, but in the process, I was also attending trials, writing academic papers concerning them. But I got involved in Death at Dark Hollow Hole when one morning, and I was still, I was out of law school, but I really wasn't teaching full-time then. I heard a report on the local radio station that a person that I knew was basically, he had confessed, they said, to murdering his wife and daughter in the Jacks Fork River. The person was David Rothgibb. Now, it just so happened that he lived right around the block from me in Columbia, but I had been raised in southern Missouri with him and in his hometown. His mother was my piano teacher. Anyway, I heard that report and I thought, that cannot be correct. So I called the station and found out that no, he had not confessed, he had surrendered. Well, when you have a federal indictment come down against you, you have two choices. You can run or you can surrender. So that was the start of my interest in this trial. I went down to Cape Girardeau, spent a couple of weeks down there watching the federal trial. Federal murder cases are not that common. But I sat through every moment of trial, and I interviewed so many people, including the judge, who was quite a character. A lot of these people were as if they were out of central casting. The federal prosecutor, 5 feet 6 inches tall, 200 pounds. He was a tank. He just bristled with energy, and he had a very good win record. The judge, I thought it was interesting, was very familiar with the Jacks Fork River, and he had also lost a 12-year-old grandson. So here we are with a double drowning of the wife and daughter of David Rothgibb in a rugged Ozark river, the Jacks Fork River. I've floated that river, got the worst sunburn of my life on it, but it's beautiful, rugged territory. And one of the interesting things about this case, if the bodies had been found just 2 miles farther down the river, the bodies would have been outside of federal territory. The local authorities would have said accidental drownings, end of case, but the bodies were on federal property, and that's how we got Dean Hogue.
So let's look forward, and let me just ask you a general question before we first talk about Sentenced for Silence. Talk about what those inspirations were like for you when you wrote these two books. Obviously, one based on a true story and one a fiction story that's based on kind of true event.
Well, one thing I enjoy doing is trying to explain the law. Oliver Wendell Holmes said, if you like eating sawdust without butter, you'll be a success in the law. I think that's ridiculous. Law should be enjoyable. So in writing both of these books, I'm also trying to explain a lot of law. Now, with the Rothgib book, we've got so many things going on with the investigations, with the polygraph test, the autopsy. I attended an autopsy so I could try to write intelligently about that. You have the grand jury, then you have the trial jury and the sentencing. So all these things come together, and it's, I think, really enjoyable to get to explain the system within the context of an interesting story. So it's not just, dry reading. And same thing with Sentence for Silence. The First Amendment is my passion. I want us to protect journalists. And I do think that journalists are under siege today. So Sentence for Silence is a book about a journalist who promises confidentiality to a source. Then a judge orders him to reveal that source. And at that point, the journalist has a choice. He can talk and walk. He just has to tell the judge what the judge wants to know. But the journalist has made a solemn promise. So not talking means going to jail. And the rubric is you have the key to your own cell block. All you have to do is tell the judge what the judge wants to hear. Well, in my novel, I go into things such as, the case law on this. The Supreme Court has not been kind to journalists. The Supreme Court says, basically, and the context was in front of a grand jury, if you're ordered to reveal your source, you have the duty to do so. So you can be sent to jail. So I use a novel to explore that and to explore some other things that have been bothering journalists. For instance, knock and enter searches on newsrooms. Can you imagine? You're in your protected space with all your information, and knock, 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 and there are the police, and they're in. Well, we've got federal law that protects journalists from that. And so I use, again, the novel to explain that kind of protection for journalists.
In 2008, we had on Kate Beckinsale for her role in the movie Nothing But the Truth, where she went to jail for not revealing one of her sources. So in the beginning of the book, in Sentence for Silence, you write, the characters in this book are fictitious. The case law is not. Can you please explain?
Yes. I discussed quite a few cases in there. In fact, the beginning scene is a picnic scene, and they're eating peanut butter sandwiches. The journalist and his love interest, whose name is Rennie, she is a law student, and she's been studying criminal law. And there's a grisly Supreme Court case involving this poor prisoner who's sentenced to death. He's in the electric chair. There's a botch. He does not die. He said that he had this taste of peanut butter when the electricity surged through him. And then the Supreme Court said, it's all right to execute or attempt to execute the prisoner for a second time. He had survived the first time, and the Supreme Court said the state can try again. So that's just one example. And I use the context of a public defender's office. Now, I worked briefly for the public defender's office, and it's amazing the kind of cases you get. So I drew on some of those experiences. If I can take a moment, just sitting as an observer in courtrooms can be so compelling. In Columbia, Missouri, we had a judge who was known for seldom being overturned. He was a judge's judge, if you want. Well, we had a murder case coming from St. Louis. It was the daughter of a powerful St. Louis judge who was on trial for hiring a man to kill her husband as he lay on their sofa. Well, I was in the courtroom. I was watching. There was this powerful judge who was accustomed to being in charge. His family was there. His daughter was down in the defendant's chair. I remember so clearly she was wearing a little pink sweater, and the state had brought in one of their really good prosecuting attorneys. And he made a devastating argument. And she started crying, the defendant, and he whipped around and he said, "And where were the tears for your husband?" And I'm sitting there, I'm watching this chilling closing argument, and the judge sitting there powerless. And the defense attorney, I'm sure one of the best defense attorneys you could buy, stood up and he said, "I have 3 points to make." Well, I'm writing furiously. He makes 2 points and sits down. The jury came back guilty. That, to me, was one of the most compelling cases of equality under the law. That powerful judge was not powerful. It was the jury that gave the decision.
Very great story. I want to ask you one last thing before we talk about Deaf, Dark, Hollow Ho, one more about Sentenced for Silence. Did the story of Judith Miller and what happened to her during the Bush years any influence you in writing this book?
Yes, and in the back of the book, I do an appendix, more or less, and I mention her. There have been cases where journalists have spent a lot of time in jail rather than divulge their sources. So Judith Miller, there's been a whole host of journalists, and think about it. You promise somebody that if they give you information, you will not reveal their name. Now, if you do, that source may lose a job. That source may lose a life. So it's so important. Some of this information we would not get. We're talking about the flow of information to the citizenry. And without being able to occasionally promise confidentiality, I don't think it should be the general rule, but sometimes that's the only way to get information that's really important for the public to know.
Oh, there's no denying that. So focusing on Deaf, Dark, Hollow Hole, I want to say, obviously, this is your life story. You grew up with this life story, so you know a lot about this before you put this great book together. But I have to tell you, there's so many stories that we hear from the East Coast, we hear them from the West Coast, but we don't hear a lot of great stories from the Midwestern part of the country, which of course is Missouri. How important was that for you to shed light on a story that was in the Midwest, even though, again, this is something that you grew up with?
I love that part of the country. I love the people who are there. They're hardworking, they're loyal. I was caught up in part with the family dynamics. And of course, the dynamics can be anywhere, just as powerful in the Ozarks. The father of the woman who was drowned, and of course, the grandfather of the little daughter, Wendy, was convinced that his son-in-law, who he had loved, had killed them. And he told the prosecuting attorney that he wanted to take David Rothgibb to a shed and blow his legs off to get the answer. And the prosecuting attorney said, no, don't you do that. Let me prosecute him. the wife was exactly on the other side of the fence. She thought that David Rothgibb was being railroaded by a federal prosecutor, that it had been an accidental drowning, well, 2 accidental drownings. After the verdict came in, I think she turned around. By the way, the prosecuting attorney read my book for accuracy. So did one of the defense attorneys and the Fogels, the grandparents that I had just spoken of. And when she got through reading the book, Mrs. Fogel, Dottie, sent me this beautiful picture, a copy of this beautiful picture that April had made. And it's got hands moving all over the place. You have to see it to get the full picture. But she thought that April perhaps had a premonition. So it was interesting to me to be able to talk about quite a few of the people from southern Missouri, some that I knew fairly well. It was interesting. I saw one of my old boyfriends on the witness stand. The undertaker I had known for so long. David Rothgibb's best friend was someone I had known. It just a cast of characters caught up in this. And there's another thing. You have the Ozarks and, the wild, rugged landscape, but you also have the wonderful metropolis. You have St. Louis, and you have things that are going on there. So Missouri is the state. We've got the wilderness, we've got the big cities. I love the state.
Oh, no denying that. So here's my question. Why do you think people are interested in the stories of death and murder like this one?
Well, this also has running through it some romance. There was a girlfriend, and there's mystery. I think a compelling mystery where, you're trying to put all the pieces together. That's another part of this book. Not even the federal prosecutor could come up with a scenario that fit all the evidence. So one thing I do at the end of the book, I let different people who were involved in the case give their own differing theories on how the deaths occurred. And some people do not think that it was murder. Some still think that it was accidental drowning. So just the mystery in trying to tie everything together. There was an expert brought in. I think it's kind of interesting. He was the son of one of the presidents of the University of Missouri in Columbia. He was a diver. And one of the attorneys said when he was talking to him, it was like talking to Jacques Cousteau, just all the knowledge of the diving. And I was learning things that I didn't know. I've never been an underwater diver or anything like that. So there are so many pieces of this. The polygraph. There was a botched blood test. The crime lab botched the test because one of the rangers had left the blood samples out for a couple of days. And I think it's interesting that casts suspicion on 5 guys from Illinois who were camping fairly close to the Rothgibbs. So that was another piece of the puzzle, if you want. You have the 5 guys from Illinois brought in. And I think that was something that did concern the prosecutor. Was there somebody else involved? But in the last analysis, he focused on David Rothgibb.
But that is why I asked you in my last question, death or murder, because we do not know. And that is why I mentioned those two things. we really don't know. And I think that's what makes it more interesting. And of course, I think that story fits into the true crime genre of all these podcasts and streaming series that have been out over the last couple of years. And I think that obviously, Deaf, Dark, Hollow Hole is definitely meant for that. And I hope it goes there. And I hope that story goes there, because people want to have their own theories to what happens to these things for people who are interested in the true crime drama. I'm sure you would agree.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
You're absolutely welcome. So here's my last question on this. What do you hope people take away from Deaf, Dark, Hollow Hole on that front?
I hope they take away the complexities of trying to do crime investigations, trying to do them cleanly, and all the intricacies that go into trying to provide a defendant a fair trial. There are so many people who are involved in having the criminal process work, the prosecution, but also the defense. And here's another part of the story that I thought was interesting. The defense attorney that Rothgib hired was a young guy, and it was one of his first big cases, but he was able to put together a defense team, another very experienced attorney, and one of my law professors who ended up being a federal judge. So you have all these pieces that have to come together, and then you hope that justice is served.
So in closing, I would like you to tell us one more time what you'd like people to know about both of your books, Sentenced for Silence, which is obviously a fiction, and then Deaf, Dark, Hollow Hole, which is a nonfiction. Tell us about these and what you want people to know about them at this point.
Yes. Well, they are stories that involve the law, something that I love, and one is a factual piece altogether. The other, though, even though it's a novel, is based on our law. And I hope that it's an enjoyable way to learn about the criminal justice system and about First Amendment law and what journalists need to know, what they need to protect them, and what the public needs to know about how difficult being a journalist can be.
Oh, I think that's absolutely fair. So Sandy Davidson, thank you so much, the great Sandy Davidson. Thank you so much for being on CYInterview today. We wish you so well with your two books, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. It was an honor.
This is Chris Yannick for CYInterview. If you ever wondered what it was like to go on a safari in Africa, I'm here to tell you a little bit about that. Last month, I had a chance to travel to Kenya on a vacation and got the chance to take in a safari at Tsavo National Park. Here are a couple of videos from that safari where you'll see a variety of different animals, including zebras and giraffes, among others. Going on a safari is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I recommend it to anyone who can ever afford it. It is wonderful seeing animals in their natural habitat.
Chris Yandeck, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. Well, today we've got quite the story and quite the guest to cover. It was recently announced that famed YouTuber Jake Paul, who over the last few years has made his way into the boxing world in an untraditional fashion, will take on former undisputed heavyweight champion of the world Mike Tyson in an exhibition match. The match is slated to take place in about 4 months on July 20th at the AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. The event will be streamed worldwide on Netflix. Here with us today on CYInterview to discuss the upcoming bout is former CYInterview guest, the great Gary Stretch. Mr. Stretch has one of the most incredible resumes of any guest who has appeared on CYInterview. He is a former boxing champion in mono and is currently an actor, writer, director, and producer. He has appeared in such films as Alexander and Dead Man's Shoes. He wrote, directed, and produced the Ronda Rousey documentary Through My Father's Eyes. And most importantly, for this morning's discussion, Gary knows boxing perhaps better than anyone in the game today. So without further ado, good morning, Gary. Great to have you back on CYInterview. How are you, sir? Great to see you.
Hey, Chris, it's great to see you as always. And what an introduction. I have a lot to live up to.
Well, you have a resume beyond so many different entertainment and sports rooms that most will never have, and you've accomplished things in all those areas. So we're so great to have you today. So let's just begin. Before we dig into Paul Tyson, please give our audience a peek into your background in the boxing game, who you are, and what you've accomplished.
Well, I was a national amateur champion, and then the highlight of my career was of amateur. I beat an unbeaten 74-0 George Collins in the National Boys Club finals. I knocked him out in a round. I turned professional on a little bit of a high, a little bit of a blaze, and then I won the British and the WBC international light middleweight titles. I challenged Eubank for the WBO middleweight championship of the world, which I sadly lost. Went back down to 54, had another fight, won for the mere fact that I wasn't leaving the game getting beat. That was my ego. And then I got into film, studied acting in the US, and was fortunate enough to have found an amazing lady who worked with some of the greats. And then my career is, step by step, maybe about 40, 50 projects now, films I've done or TV. And now a little bit more. I've directed one. I'm about to direct another. And from a poor neighborhood who loved the only entertainment we had in the north of England in the 60s and 70s, certainly in my neighborhood, was the entertainment that we made for ourselves. So we used to come up with crazy games and playing with sticks and broken bottle, like whatever we could find. We didn't have the luxury of toys in them days. And so the imagination is the key to, who can make the best game, and and stories and jokes and all of that. So it's a natural, as I've got older, I look at my childhood and where I get where I pull the fun and the laughter and the stories and also the sadness. It comes from a great, rich background of, not having much, but having a lot of other things, which we often had to make up ourselves, and then that leads into film, directing, writing, even acting. You have to have a good imagination. They always say a performance is what's not written. We get the skeleton, we get the script, and then it's what we bring to it. With our imagination, how far we can take it. So I think my background has given me a pretty solid base to cross over into film, and of course boxing give me the discipline to work, because it's like everything else. It's like if you're a plumber, you're a lawyer, you have to serve your time, and acting's the same. So I served my time. I studied for many years, and you learn every day. So I'm still learning and still making mistakes, but happy doing it.
Everybody is learning and making mistakes to the end of their life, and that means we're on a journey going through an endless journey of a process, which I couldn't have said it better. So, Gary, Mike Tyson is 57, Jake Paul is 27. Speaking about this exhibition match on July 20th at the AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, what do you make of all this?
I think it's a very sad day for boxing. The one thing that fighters never lose is the ego. Once a fighter, always a fighter. And so whether or not Mike knows it's a good thing for him to do or not, the other thing people always want in this world, sadly, is money. And money comes into it, ego comes into it. And so this is a fight that Mike's been enticed to do for his reasons. Is it ridiculous? Of course. The only saving factor of the fight is that Mike will probably beat Jake Paul because he has the attributes, and the styles make fights slogan works in this one quite favorably for Mike. So if nothing extraordinary happens, if I would put my common sense onto the fight, I would say Mike beats him in pretty good fashion, even though it's a sad day, and I what little respect I had for Jake Paul, having called this fight, I've lost it.
Let me ask you, Gary, being someone obviously who had many fights in the ring and knows exactly firsthand styles and punches and all those kinds of things, if you were to watch this exhibition match, could you, as a professional boxer, be able to tell if this whole thing was a work at any point? Do you think it can be, or do you think it could be?
I don't think it can be, for the fact only because Mike's involved. No matter how much money there's involved, Mike's not going to do anything that's detrimental to his legacy. I think he took him so hard, such a lot of work, and struggled to get what he got out the game. I don't think he's going to throw it away for some silly fight with Jake Paul. I think Mike, it's like all of us. I often, I have a good day in the gym. I think I'd have a fight. Your brain keeps writing checks your body can't cash. And the thing is, normally in the gym, you get away with it because it's relaxed and it's easy. And, there's, sparring is sparring. But, most of the things get revealed and highlighted under the bright lights. And so, the first thing to go on a fight is his speed, his timing, his balance. They're the first things. And at 60 years of age, or heading to 60, they certainly must be massively diminished. So that's the first thing. The last thing luckily for Mike, is power. So he'll have the power. And the unfortunate thing for Jake Paul is, as you know, Chris, styles make fights. And Jake Paul, his style is a very average novice boxer. He has the basics, doesn't have great balance, but he has a little bit of power. And the fighters that he's fought up to now are pretty stand up straight, do everything wrong, they lean, they're unbalanced, and he's been able to catch them. Mike's a different kettle of fish. Mike will go to him, under him. And so I don't think Jake's going to have a lot of success catching Mike, even a bad Mike, just based on his style. And that now gives him a lot of problems, because Mike will just avoid what little Jake Paul has, and he will get off Mike, I'm sure, at 60 or not. I think he'll still be able to throw some more. If anything like the training videos I've seen, of course, anyone can hit the pads and look $1 million, but Mike has the resume to back it up. You can get a guy on the pads who looks amazing who can't fight, but Mike can fight. So the pads are not a complete facade, because it's Mike Tyson. If he's looking good on the pads, he can transfer that into a fight. So I think, and hopefully I'm right, that Mike will come through this well. But there's no one, Mike's going to get no credit for it if he knocks out a YouTuber, and Jake Paul's certainly going to get no credit for bringing a 60-year-old man into a dangerous position. And the danger is not because of Jake Paul, it's just a general health danger of, could have a heart attack. He could have who knows, massive strain on an event. He's almost 60. We all know he smokes and he does whatever else he does. I know he's clean as far as drugs and maybe alcohol right now, which is a blessing, but I'm sure Mike's had a pretty average life for the last 10, 20 years. So it's a big ask for his body. And so hopefully that's okay. It would be a sad state of affairs if something happened to Mike outside of Jake, just on a physical. I don't think Jake Paul if he wins this fight, will make any friends. I think this is a no win for Jake, and all it does is take away what little credibility he had.
Gary, let me just ask you first off, clarification. Did you have a chance to see the Vitor Belfort Evander Holyfield fight?
I did.
And you know, Evander lost in a very sad fashion. Does that fight tell us anything about the potentials for this one?
Yeah, it was a strange fight. It all happened very quickly. Never really. It was just that. Yeah. I don't think we learned much from it, except again, you saw an unbalanced Holyfield, pretty non-coordinative.
How would you compare Holyfield to Tyson today in that fight compared to the Tyson that's going to be in this fight?
Well, again, this is where Mike has the advantage because of the style. You know, he tucks up and he's in. He's very much, you know, Holyfield is a pretty standard classic boxer, stand up. So he's open a lot more than Mike. And the things that diminish speed, balance, time, all of that, when you're stood in front of a guy, you're vulnerable. Mike has this style where it's much different. So I think Mike has a much more advantageous style to be successful in this than Evander did in the other, because when you're just a pretty stand-up boxer, you're pretty much, you know, reflexes are what stop shots and movements. Mike is a different kind of animal, so I think Mike won't suffer the same consequence like Holyfield did. So that I think that's a problem for Jake Paul.
Okay, so let me ask you then, just you kind of touched upon this, but like, you know, aside from some of the things you've already mentioned, what are the biggest, you know, health risks, challenges for a 57-year-old man to get in the boxing ring with someone who's 30 years younger than him?
The first thing I think is, can he get there? Can you put your body through 2-3 months of strenuous work without getting injured? It's been pretty public that he's had an issue with sciatica. I think Tyson. He's had some issues physically in the past. So can he get to the fight? And can he get to the fight in good health? It's almost like, is it worth barely training and just getting in there healthy, or train vigorously and getting really damaged somehow and then being really physically restrained? Because my first thing is, can Mike get to the fight in good shape, healthily, without injury? Secondly, I don't care what anyone says, it's, you know, the most dangerous age for men, they say. I mean, I don't know this is 100%. I read a bit, but it's, you know, between 45 and 60 is heart issues. You know, when most people who get past 60, if they have a stroke, it's normally not so bad because the body doesn't fight it so much. But they say in the late 50s is the worst time for heart attack. So if coming from zero training to 100 miles an hour, can something happen? Of course it can. So his health is an issue for me. And then, as you know, and we've touched on before, is his reflexes, is his balance, is his coordination what it was? It's okay. You know, I'm sure it's better than most, but it's not professional boxing level. So is that going to be enough to get him through this? I hope. Again, the one saving factor in the equation is Jake Paul's, in my opinion, very, very average fighter. He's a tough, strong kid who has been very selective in his opponents. And so he's, I mean, even the last fight, he just picked a guy who had a record, but he hadn't fought in 4 years. I mean, come on. It's like, everything to, you know, the public are not stupid. We have computers. We can look up records. We can look up
You sure can.
You can't say this is a 19-2 guy. Sure, 10 years ago. You know, it's like, we're educated. We have the information available. So he's fought a bunch of MMA guys, all past their prime. No prime MMA guys. They've all been way after the sell-by date. One of them was absolutely not a striker. One was a semi-striker. And then he's fought a boxing guy who's not fought in years. And then he's fought a young prospect in the only fight I give him any respect for was the Fury fight, but again, he's a very, very Fury. I like. I think he's a good young prospect, but he's raw and he's young, and he's had not so much experience. So he's not. This is a big jump in experience for Jake Paul, but then he's always got on his side because he's got an old man. So if you want credibility, Jake, fight a 5-0 or a 7-1 active prospect, not a kid who's fought, just a general average prospect who has ambition like you have, who's going to come to win, and start beating decent level opponents, and then we'll give you the credibility you deserve. But to keep picking fights where there's always an angle, there's always a massive downside which he tries to hide. I mean, he put in an article in the paper today. I'm fighting the greatest heavyweight of all time, as if it's current. No, he should say I'm fighting the former. He used to be, but he doesn't put the used to be in it. He just puts I'm fighting the best heavyweight on the planet. But you're not, Jake. You're fighting an ex-great heavyweight, not now.
Gary, why do you think Mike Tyson turned down an opportunity to have a third rematch against Evander Holyfield in recent times? Why do you think that happened, though, speaking about these two?
I think Mike knew he couldn't beat him.
Really?
Yeah, Mike, as great as he is, and he was, I think Holyfield is, I don't want to take anything away from Mike because I'm a fan and I love his career, and he was the most exciting fighter. Coming up, Mike Tyson was everyone's hero. But there was many elements of what made Mike so ferocious and scary. And most fighters, good fighters, they would freeze when they got in with Mike. He had this ability and he had this aura that people were never 100% themselves. They would freeze, they would shut down. He was a force of nature, and it affected people. When the big lights come on, the small gloves. Holyfield was the ultimate pro. And so that's not going to affect Evander Holyfield. Holyfield knew the dangers of Mike. He's a very smart boxer, Holyfield, and he knew how to shut him down. And then he knew he would take him in deep water. And when he took Mike in deep water, Mike couldn't swim. And so it would happen again and again and again with Holyfield. That was my opinion.
Gotcha.
And
even all these years later.
Yes, I mean, I don't know about now, but now it would be an age issue. Whose age is the best would win. But in a fur fight, Holyfield Tyson in the primes, of course, Mike could catch him. He could catch anyone. But generally, when the fight happened, I thought it's going to be a much harder fight than Mike thinks, because Holyfield is not going to be intimidated. He's not going to shut down. He's not going to freeze, and he's going to take you in deep water. And can you hang with him?
I'm with you.
And he never. And what's funny? Being a great fan of Mike Tyson, it's ironic that all of his defeats he never avenged.
Makes
sense.
Look at Lennox,
look at Ray Leonard, you look at Lennox Lewis, look at all the greats. They lost, came back, won in a round, avenged. Mike never avenged a loss in his career. So that's it. That gives you a little indication of where I'm going.
Gary, Teddy Atlas has said in the past that Jake Paul deserves credit for his fights in boxing. Thoughts?
Teddy Atlas is probably trying to get a payday from Jake Paul and become a commentator for him. That's all. Little respect I have for Teddy. I don't have with the way in which he talks about boxing anymore. He's commentated on MMA now. I don't know what gives him the credibility to be an MMA commentator. But, Teddy had great respect for. I still have some, but he's become a little bit of a character of himself. And he's always been a guy that you relied on for the truth. And he would come out with things that not everybody would probably say. He would say what people are thinking. But as of the last few years and the podcasts that I've seen of him, he's running with the numbers now. Anyone who would give Jake Paul this amount of credibility, if you look at him, is obviously deluded or on a paid scheme somehow. So, no. Jake Paul is Jake Paul. Jake Paul has done zero to prove in a professional boxing sport that he's any way, shape, or form any type of contender. I mean, Oscar De La Hoya had the audacity the other day to say, if he really wanted to get to a world title, he could get there. Whether or not he could win it, how could he get there? The top 10 fighters in any weight division around Jake Paul would beat him. So, are all these guys losing their minds, or am I stupid? I don't know. But Jake Paul has not shown anything to provide me with evidence that he has any credibility in professional boxing up to date. And when he beats, or if he beats, which I don't think he'll ever beat, but if he was to beat Mike Tyson, he would still have no credibility in my book whatsoever.
Is this just all about money?
Of course. The thing with Saudi Arabia, which I love, that's a money scheme, but they're making the fights that we want.
Yeah.
So is it all about money? Yes, but is it a plus for the game? Absolutely. Fights we would never see, they're going to get made. The Jake Paul money scheme is all about events, creating social media interest. Of course, if I was to fight a 11-year-old handicapped person,
yeah,
people would say that's insane, and you'd get enough shit about it, they'd probably watch it, right? You could create any kind of stupid event that's so ludicrous that people are going to show interest. It's like a car crash when you're driving down the freeway. No one wants to see it, but everyone looks at it, right? You're creating events, shock value, and people's interest is ticked, and they tune in, and they got nothing else to do on a Friday night. They're going to watch a spectacle of Tyson versus Jake Paul. I'll probably watch it myself, so I'm a hypocrite, but I would only watch it in the hope that might put them to sleep and we kind of move on from this craziness.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying in this regard. So let's focus now on some more positive things. Tell me about this upcoming film you're directing. What else is going on with you?
I'm doing a little movie. I was in Bulgaria, and I've always been interested in psychology, and by a bunch of crazy events, I was introduced to a hypnotherapist.
Okay,
who lives in the middle of nowhere, but he's a very famous hypnotherapist. And
sounds interesting.
Yes, and a friend of mine who put me in touch with him, I'd not spoken to him in 10 years. She said, I don't even know if he's on the same number, but a girl called Desi Tenikajieva, she was the producer of the movie I just did here with me and Mickey Rourke, did a little movie in Bulgaria. So she said, I was interested in this hypnotherapy, not so much for hypnotherapy, just for I love psychology and the way in which it works. And so I was interested to meet him. She called him. He'd moved into the mountains. He's a very unusual guy. He teaches people. He teaches teachers hypnotherapy. He goes all over the universities, had books. Very smart guy. And when she mentioned him, she said, I have a friend who'd like to talk to you. He's an actor who was a boxer. He said, it's not Gary Stretcher. She almost fell off the chair because I'm not the biggest name in the world. And he lives in the middle of nowhere in the mountains in Bulgaria. She said, why would you say that? He said, I saw him in a movie years ago and I wrote a script for him. And she said, you write? And he said, I don't write, but my father was a big film boss. I've seen a million films. I just saw him and I wrote this script. And she said, 11 years ago. I said, yes. Did you ever give it to him? He said, no, I was embarrassed. I just left it. So I called him. I said, this is a crazy story. We laughed. And basically, he said, come and work with me and you stay at my house. We ride horses. We work the land. He said, I put your mind in a certain state before we do hypnotherapy. You have to get you out of your regular life. And you'll be here a few weeks. And I said, what's the cost? And he said, I can't charge you. And I said, well, I can't come. I'm not going to do that. Put on your life and your house and your home.
Sure, absolutely.
And we get into this whole thing, and he said, I'm not taking money. It'd be an absolute pleasure. So I said, tell you what I'll do. Let me read your script. So I read the script, and it was amazing. And I said, okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll come, but I'm going to make your movie, and I'm going to direct your movie. And he was so excited. And it all came from a crazy story. And it's a little road movie. I'm looking at Malkovich and Chris Walken.
Wow.
And a couple of other people, if I can afford them. And it's a little film which I'll direct. It's a beautiful film, and it takes place in Bulgaria and down the ocean. It's about a poker player on the run.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a love story and a twist and a turn. But it's a really interesting human story about people. And so I'm in and out of Bulgaria right now, setting that up.
Well, I wish you the best on it. I look forward to seeing it. I would love to. I look forward to seeing it when it comes out. It sounds like an incredibly interesting story, Gary. Just in closing, to reflect upon, if anybody hasn't yet seen his terrific documentary on Ronda Rousey, Through My Father's Eyes, you absolutely should on a variety of media streaming platforms. You can see it today. What do you reflect back upon on that project?
The biggest lesson I learned is what motivates us. And I was motivated. I came from a background where everyone said you'll never be, and that was the driving force to prove everyone wrong. Rhonda her father died when she was very young. He was terminally ill. He in fact committed suicide, not so that Rhonda couldn't see him or watch him suffer and remember him as a shadow of who he was. But in the relationship, he always said to her, you're gonna be. So my career was based on proving everyone wrong, and Rhonda's was on proving him right. And so whatever drive. So that was the biggest thing that I took from the film is whatever it is, whether it's a positive or a negative, once you get that drive, put it in your pocket and use it, and do everything you can to. And I say to everybody, if you want anything and you're willing to work for it, why not? Anyone can get it.
I think by the way, just one aside in that film, which is also phenomenal as well, is you really get to do a side profile on the late judo Gene LaBelle, and you've got all this footage with him, and I think that's just incredible to look at. Looking back now, obviously.
Well, you guys did a great piece on Gene, I remember, and I was very, very grateful that I was able to say a few things. Gene was one in a million. They broke the mold, and another thing, Rhonda worked with Gene for most of her career, even as a young child. He brought it all the way through with Gokar Chivichian, and her demise in the game where she lost. The game was catching up on Rhonda. It's a fast learning sport. She was one of the first. So, and the game kind of caught up with her. Better athletes were getting involved. But I really feel, sadly, her demise, her losses were because she left Gene, she left Gokar, and I think they were a massive part of her winning. And reason.
Too many distractions as well, right?
Yes, and she couldn't get away with that with Gene and Gokar. They were very old school, and no disrespect for Rhonda. She's been through so much, and all of a sudden on a wave, you get all this attention, all this success. It's hard to keep your feet on the ground, but Gokar and Gene would have done that, and I think that she would have had a different career had she stayed with them.
I agree. So just in closing, I just want to say, Gary, we're looking forward to your upcoming film. I'm very excited for the synopsis preview that you gave today. Really excited when it comes together. I know these things take a long time to put together, but once it's done, we look forward to seeing it. Thank you so much for your analysis today on the upcoming Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight. So for the great former boxing champion and current filmmaker, director, producer, the great Gary Stretch, I'm Christian. Gary, thank you so much for being on CYInterview today.
God bless, and say hello to Jay.
Chris Shandek, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. If you have not already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel to keep up with everything we have going on here in Las Vegas and beyond at CYInterview. Hit that subscribe button below. It means more to us than you can ever imagine. So just to begin, CYInterview would like to remember today the great Hollywood legend, actor, singer, and past CYInterview guest James Darren. Mr. Darren died yesterday at the age of 88 on September 2nd. We would like to send condolences to his family and friends to begin. And just have to say, we were fortunate enough to have Mr. Darren on CYInterview for approximately 30 minutes. You'll be able to hear that CYInterview at the end of this commentary. You'll be able to hear my chat with him, and featured columnist Jay Bilstein was also on that segment with us. My colleague, and it was a great segment about so many things from one of the greats in Hollywood. So just to begin, what a nice man James Darren is.
when you go to one of his concerts, which I was fortunate enough to do here in Las Vegas in 2019 at the South Point Hotel and Casino, you realize he has a really loyal fan base of people who think that his work, whether it be on the screen or on the stage, are phenomenal. So here's a couple of things we learned from our CY interview in 2019 with James Darren. He told some very good stories about partying with Tom Jones and how he would be out all night and he wouldn't be able to perform the next day. And Tom Jones said, I'll be able to do it, so you can too. You'll be able to hear that story in the CY interview coming up. Also talked about how show business is a friendship business, meaning if you know people in Hollywood and you know people in show business, you'll more likely be successful and have the opportunity to work on a variety of different projects, whether you're a singer, an actor, a comedian, and the such. So that was one other thing he said. And he saw his life as a singer and an actor as just a job. And he emphasized to us that family was the most important thing to him and the thing that mattered to him. When I had a chance to see his concert in 2019 at the South Point Hotel and Casino here in Las Vegas, he sang many famous songs, including I Get a Kick Out of You, Come Fly With Me, and Just the Way You Are. At 83 years old at the time, Mr. Darren's vocals were strong, they were soothing. The audience was absolutely enjoying themselves. After the concert, I was able to spend a couple of minutes talking with him, but just a nice man who spent a lot of time with us, gave us a great CY interview. And you'll be able to hear that CY interview now. Go look up some of James Darren's work. Go look up his IMDb profile. Listen to the CY interview. You'll learn a lot about James Darren, one of the greats in show business, 88 years old. Again, CY interview sends its condolences to his family and friends. And we're now going to play that 30-minute interview with James Darren. I'm Chris Janik for CY interview. If you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. Please like this video. Please share it with your friends. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Janik. Featured columnist Jay Belzine is with me today on CY Interview. We welcome veteran actor and singer James Darren to CY Interview. He's going to be in Las Vegas for a few different things over the coming months. James, thanks so much for being with us today on CY Interview.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's definitely a great pleasure to have you. You have such a great body of work, and we look forward to talking about some of those things today. But before we get to that and I talk to you about these upcoming Las Vegas events you're doing, what else has been new in your life?
Well, I'm working on a CD, a new CD. It's called James Darren Live, and it's just portions of different live shows that I've done in the past year. And I'm putting it together. It should be on the market probably, I'd say, the 6 to 8 weeks.
Should be very interesting for sure. And I'm guessing your fans can go to your website to continue to find out new information about that music project?
Absolutely. I've never had a live album before. I've never done anything or released anything live. So this will be the first one, which will be kind of cool. Well, yeah, they can go to the website and also to Amazon. Amazon will have it as well.
Well, great. That's fabulous. Well, speaking of live performances, in August you're going to be having 2 shows on the 16th and 17th at the South Point Showroom. What is that going to be like coming back to perform in Vegas?
Well, I've been there. I've been at the South Point for about 9 or 10 years, and I'm there once or twice a year. I love it. You know, I mean, I started in Vegas in 1966. At the Sands Hotel, opening for Joey Bishop, and then I worked for so many years in Las Vegas. I worked with Lola Falana, and then I worked with Buddy Hackett for 12 consecutive years, from 1970 to 1982. And I mean, that was the best experience of my life, because I learned so much from Buddy. He was a master showman. And, you know, we were great friends. We became really good buddies, and I just absolutely loved it. And in 82, I started, I had to leave him, unfortunately, to do T.J. Hooker.
how would you define the golden era to some who believe that is of Las Vegas that you lived through and worked through and got to work, as you say, with the likes of Joey Bishop, who was in the Rat Pack, and Aloha Falana?
Well, you know, it was much more intimate. I mean, it was like a group of people. We were all friends, you know. I mean, Lola and Joey, and of course Frank and Dean, Sammy, all the people that worked in Vegas at that time. We all hung out after the show. We go see actually Louis Prima and Keely Smith. That was the hang after the show, and it was just like a good old boys club, you know, a good old boys and gals club. It was great, and like I said, it was much more intimate. Today it's so I guess corporate. You know, it doesn't really feel, people don't hang today. That's for sure. I mean, when I was working with Buddy, I mean, I'd hang with Wayne or with Tom Jones. You know, anybody who was in town, actually. We'd meet after the show and just have a great time, stay up till 5 or 6 in the morning. And I'm not a person who can sleep in because I have this guilt about, you know, you have to get up and do your job. You know, like I come from a family of people who work from 9 to 5. So I would you know, be up at 9 or 10 o'clock. And I told Tom Jones one night, we were out celebrating his birthday, which is the day before mine. His is June 7th, mine's June 8th. I said, I'm not going to be able to even work tonight, you know. He said, you'll sing better than you ever did. Yeah, sure. Easy for him to say, you know, because he sleeps till 4 in the afternoon, then takes his steam, and he's in good shape.
Well, I'm going to ask you one more, then I'm going to throw it to Jay. We want to talk about some of your great career highlights. So, of course, you were in Star Trek, Deep Space Nine. So with that, a fan convention for Star Trek, July 31st to August 4th at the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. Thoughts on doing these fan conventions?
You know, but they're interesting. I mean, first of all, the people, the Star Trek fans are really dedicated people. I mean, they truly... If you're one of the favorites, they truly love you, you know. And I've been really fortunate to be part of that whole whatever, you know. I mean, Star Trek itself is an institution, and I love it. I really do. I love meeting the people. I love talking to the people, and I've met some wonderful people during my time at the conventions. People who I've actually remain friends with, and I have a good time. I really do. I think most of the actors that do that, or do those conventions rather, enjoy it and just enjoy the people.
Well, we obviously want to reflect on Gidget and T.J. Hooker and all these other great career highlights of yours, so I'm going to throw it to Jay.
Okay.
Good morning, James. Great to have you on this morning.
Good morning, Jay. Thank you.
You know, I would say that some of the folks we've had on CYInterview deserve the word great before their name, and you're certainly one of them, the great James Darren.
And thank you so much.
And that greatness is not just from a personal point of view. What a body of work you have had. I'll start out with just an absolute phenomenal, one of the most iconic war movies, I would say, in history, The Guns of Navarone.
Yeah, that was a great experience.
I mean, Gregory Peck, David Niven, Anthony Quinn,
sure.
James Darren. Tell me about being on The Gun... Richard Harris, too. Tell me about
Richard Harris,
performing in The Guns of Navarone.
Anthony Quayle. I mean, a lot of great... Irene Pappas, Gia Scala. We had a great cast. You know, the movie was scheduled for 5 months. And what happened was we began filming on the island of Rhodes in Greece. And then we got word that they were having some problems with the set of the guns, the actual guns, which was a huge set, about a city block long. And when we got to London, we were in Rhodes, or on Rhodes, excuse me, about 3 months and then came to London, and the set had collapsed. The construction, something was wrong with it, and it actually collapsed. So we ended up filming for 7 months, and it was really great. Again, it was family, you know, being together for 7 months. I love Stanley Baker and Tony Quinn and Gregory and David. We all had just a wonderful time. Gia Scala, Anthony Quinn taught us all how to play chess, and because we had lots of time in between shots, you know, we'd only shoot maybe a quarter of a page a day, so we had lots of time while they were setting up. So Tony was kind enough to teach us all to play chess, and it was great. I have such fond memories of all those people, and it was so terrific for me, a young actor, to be working with such great actors. I mean, legends, actually.
And I would say certainly in the 60s, and this probably held true over the course of the next 30 years. Now maybe some of the younger generations don't have as much of a memory, but probably out of the 60s, The Guns of Navarone and The Great Escape were the two greatest war movies that had been made to that point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I tell you, The Guns of Navarone and The Great Escape, I mean, those films hold up.
Yes, they do.
Navarone, I can't speak for The Great Escape, even though I love the film. But for The Guns of Navarone, we had no CGI there. So everything we did was real, in the sense that we had two huge sound stages literally filled with water, and a ship, you know, on hydraulic lifters rocking it, and with things they call tip tanks, which are about maybe 15 by 15 by 15 deep, filled with water that they would tip and, you know, come down a slide and make waves, or, you know, like a wave, and airplane engines up in the rafters, and people throwing water into the airplane engines with fire hoses so you couldn't hear. And I mean, it just was so. Today, you watch the film and it holds up. It looks fantastic. And
absolutely true. Now that film for you was bookended actually between 3 Gidget films, if I remember. The first of which was, I guess, a couple of years before, which was the original Gidget, and then there were a couple of more. One I recall was Gidget Goes Hawaiian, and I know there was one yet after that.
Gidget Goes to Rome.
That is correct. Talk to us about the Gidget films.
Well, let me just interject one thing. When I did the first Gidget, I did Navarone after that, and I got Navarone because of Gidget. Carl Foreman, who was the author of the script and the executive producer of The Guns of Navarone, wanted me in the film because I would attract the younger audience, and that's how I got that. Gidget was, you know, I was so fortunate to get that role, because when you do a movie or a TV series, whatever, the character you play is what people fall in love with or hate, either one. And fortunately for me, they fell in love with Moondoggie, you know. And so to get that role, it just started my career with a bang, you know. It was I was very fortunate in doing it, and I love working with Sandra Dee. She was just an adorable person, kind, sweet. And Cliff was great. He's a wonderful actor.
Cliff Robertson,
had a great time. Paul Wincoast, a great director.
And
really lucky, you know. And
you know, when
you all those the surfers, you know. Doug McClure, by the way, was in the first Gidget, and he was actually a surfer. And they found him when they were scouting locations on the beach.
You know, you're originally from Philadelphia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if I remember, Sandra Dee, I think, was she from Bayonne, New Jersey?
She's from New Jersey.
Yeah, I think she was actually from Bayonne. So you probably had a lot in common, though, coming from the Northeast and all. How was it working with Sandra Dee?
Oh, it was great, man. It was just, she was, first of all, so perfect for that role. she was the ideal Gidget as far as I was concerned. Even though the real Gidget, Kathy, is totally different than Sandra Dee. But Sandra was just perfect for that character, I thought. And she was a delight to work with. She was so cooperative and so genuine, so giving. I mean, I can't say enough about Sandra Dee. She was just a beautiful person. Her mom was on the set all the time. I mean, I was falling in love with Sandra Dee like everybody else did after the film was released. And her mom was very protective, so I had to walk a straight line. You know what I mean?
You know what's amazing? There's so much in terms of the sensibilities of the end of the 50s and the beginning of the 60s that are informed by the Gidget movies and all that we could probably spend half an hour just on that. But your career has been so extensive. I'm going to move along quickly. Most amazingly, and I had forgotten this, Jimmy Darroch, the Flintstones. Yeah. I mean, talk to us quickly about that. Then I want to hop quickly to The Voyage of the Bottom of the Sea, and then, of course, Time Tunnel and get up to T.J. Hooker. But the Flintstones, I mean, Jimmy Darroch, what was that all about?
Well, Joe Barbera and Bill Hanna, I mean, I just was very fortunate. Anne Margaret and I were with the same management company. And they did an episode on Annie. They did one on Tony Curtis, Cary Grant, myself, and one other person, I believe.
Yeah, there were very few performers and actors who were ever immortalized in the Flintstones.
Exactly, and you are immortalized. I also did Hey There, It's Yogi Bear, which was a feature film where Yogi sings, and it's my voice, and Boo Boo says, "Hey, you sound just like James Darren," which is funny, you know. But yes, you are immortalized because those things will be around forever and ever, you know. But that was a kick. I mean, you know, how many people can say it? You're right. How many people can say I was in the Flintstones? You know, they did a character of Jimmy Darren or whomever, you know.
And it's interesting because it becomes contemporary because there are kids that up until a few years ago, I don't know if it's still true, we're still watching the Flintstones on almost a daily basis.
Oh, sure. And you know what? They'll do it again.
I'm sure they will because...
It'll be back, and kids will watch it again because it's timeless. I mean, the Flintstones. I love the show to begin with.
Just phenomenal stuff. I actually remember seeing you in Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, and then of course the Time Tunnel.
Right.
What was it like then? You know, this kind of television transition. You're in the movie, you know, Guns N' Navarone, Gidget, these are movies. Now you're on television. What was it like making the changeover?
Well, the thing is, I did not want to do it. I mean, when they offered me the Time Tunnel, I had turned it down, I don't know how many times. And Irwin Allen, who was very persuasive, aside from being a gentleman, he asked if I would have lunch with him one day, and I did in his office at 20th, and he convinced me to do it. He said, "This is going to be good for you. You're going to do it, and you're going to be happy you did it." And he was right. And because I didn't want to do it. It wasn't that I didn't want to do television. I just did not want to play. I didn't want to do science fiction, you know. And but Irwin was right. I mean, it was a great show. I loved doing it. I loved working with Bob Colbert and Leanne Merriweather. You know, we still see each other. The three of us, certainly at conventions and things like that, and we see each other socially as well.
It's just some of the shows you've been in. I mean, you were on Hawaii Five-0, another iconic show, which was brought back. Of course, the other one with Jack Lord. You were on Fantasy Island.
Yeah.
You were. Some of these were guest appearances.
Yeah,
anyone
that's Charlie's Angels. And I mean, that was great working with those three terrific ladies. They were all wonderful, everyone.
Just
you know, when you back in those days, Aaron Spelling, who used to be an actor and of course became an extremely successful producer, always liked me and which is an advantage. And so he would use me quite a bit, whether I did Love Boat or Fantasy Island or whatever shows he did. He did SWAT. He did so many shows, and fortunately, I was on his list of favorites, so to speak, and I worked for him both as an actor and a director as well.
Well, it was obvious at the time because you were just everywhere, and I mean these are all Fantasy Island. You did a guest appearance, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And remember, it's a friendship business. I mean, you're friends with whomever, and if you're fortunate, and I mean, all the work that I got after I left Columbia Pictures was all through friendships, whether it be Aaron, whether it be Frank Lupo or Rick Husky with T.J. Hooker. I mean, Rick got me T.J. Hooker, Rick Husky, who happens to be from Philadelphia also, by the way. And he was the creator and exec producer. And that's a friendship. Because I had met Rick Husky when I was doing the Time Tunnel, and Rick was in PR, in public relations. And then he moved on to become an incredibly successful producer and creator of TV shows. So, those, like I said, it was all friendships.
Let's fast forward to another show that was just absolutely powerful for its time. Now we're in the 80s, T.J. Hooker. And if I recall correctly, you came in, I think, starting in what, the third season?
No, actually, the middle of the first.
The middle of the first.
About 6 months or so.
Right. It had started because William Shatner, who played T.J. Hooker, and of course there was Officer Romano, which was Adrian Zmed.
Absolutely.
They were the centerpiece, but then later you came on and you were paired up, if I recall correctly, with Heather Locklear. And one of the interesting things, I mean, I always wondered about this. Now I can actually ask someone. Heather Locklear was starring in T.J. Hooker at the same time as she was on Dynasty.
Yeah, she again was a favorite of Aaron Spelling's. I mean, he loved her. He knew that she would bring in viewers. That show, T.J. Hooker, came from Rick Husky. He had me do a guest appearance as a different character, and then put me on the show as Jim Corrigan. And when they put me on the show, they asked me. They said, "Who would you like to be partnered up with?" And I said, "You're kidding, right?" Heather, of course. I mean, I don't want to be partnered up with Bill, even though I love him. He's a great guy. We're good friends. But I mean, I'd much be in the car with Heather. And it's funny because the Adrian Zmed character. Now, as I mentioned before, Rick Husky is the creator and also from Philly. Adrian Zmed character was based a bit on me, on Jimmy Darren. He was from Philadelphia, blah, 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 whatever, the character. And Rick had told me that later, after I'd gotten into the show. But that was a wonderful show. I did it for about four or 4.5 years, because then we moved from CBS to ABC. And it was great. I mean, again, Heather was just a delight to work with, and Adrian and Bill. We had so much fun on that show. Heather and I were together all the time because she was my partner. So I loved working with her. She's a wonderful person, and I miss her. I haven't seen her in a while.
What's so interesting is I was in my early 20s, and when the show first came out, immediately the heartthrob was Adrian Zmed, right? All the women in college, and Officer Romano, and then you came on the show, and I think you stole some of Adrian Zmed's thunder as being the heartthrob, because now there were two heartthrobs. There was Adrian Zmed and James Darren, and so half the women were, "Oh my God, Officer Romano," and the other were Officer Corrigan, and it was quite interesting. And if you're a guy in your early 20s and you have to compete with that, it's not the greatest thing on earth, but it was interesting. That show resonated with a lot of people for a lot of reasons. By the way, you say you haven't talked with Heather Locklear in a long time. Here was one of the most iconic television actresses of the 1980s, right? She's on Dynasty and she's on T.J. Hooker simultaneously.
Yes.
Today, she's going through her challenges, unfortunately. Do you feel that the kind of pressure some of you folks in acting went through at a certain part, a certain meteoric fame and the pressures of performance and all can take their toll on someone later? Do you think perhaps that's some of what's impacted her?
I think it can happen, absolutely, and it does happen. I think if you allow it to the times that are not like peak wonderful times. You know, we all have our hills and valleys in our careers, and sometimes the slightest dip will send somebody on the wrong track, so to speak. Yes, that could easily happen. For me, I kind of maintain my stability because of my family, my kids, my grandkids now, and they're most important to me than anything. I mean, my career is important, but my family is more important for sure.
And also you must have been raised in a certain way, because here you are. You were a heartthrob, an actor, a singer. I mean, all this going on in this very, very powerful career spanning decades in Hollywood, and you're just a regular guy. You're just a normal. There's no sense of you being, full of yourself, condescending, anything like that. And I guess that begins in the home, no?
I think so. I mean, I was raised in a home with my uncles, aunts, grandparents, my mom and dad, my brother John. Maybe we were 9 people in a home in South Philadelphia, and of course, I always had that great family thing. I love family. I need it, and I have my grandkids and my kids and my brother. Now, of course, in California, you're separated by little towns here, but and I miss it. I miss being with a large family. I really do. But I think it gives you a sense of reality, a sense of. I mean, my family, they were all hardworking people, and they just, I guess they taught me that what the real values of life are, and what, for me, I love acting, I love singing, but it's a job, and I don't mean that to sound like I don't appreciate the fans. I love the fans, because without them, I wouldn't have a career. But a family is what's important in your life. That's what life is about. It isn't about a career. A career is a bonus, and you're fortunate if you have one, if you have a career. I mean, I feel myself being extremely fortunate in many ways, and a lot of it is fate. You get a job here, a job there, and you thank God each time that you do. But without the family, I don't know if I would be so strong, so to speak.
Amazing stuff, and certainly sage advice. And unfortunately, we're running out of time, Chris. Perhaps we can have James back to talk about the later days. I mean, Melrose Place and Star Trek Deep Space Nine. I mean, so much there. But James
was great. And I directed. Remember, after I worked with Heather on Hooker, I directed her in Melrose, which was great.
Yeah, you did make the segue into directing and all. Just a final question on that. What was the impetus for that? I mean, for example, I saw a photograph of you from 2012, and I said, "Look at this guy. This guy you look incredible. You look like I hadn't aged virtually at all. Sometimes people get behind the camera because they've been leading men or leading women, looks begin to fade and all. That doesn't seem to be the case with you. What was the impetus to get into directing?
When I was doing T.J. Hooker, there was one episode, it was the last episode to be filmed, they had not assigned a director. And I asked Rick Husky, if I could do it. I had enough interest in wanting to direct. And Rick said, if he didn't do it, he'd let me do it. And when he told me that he wasn't doing it, I panicked because I figured, oh my Lord, what did I do? How am I going to handle this? I had never directed before, but thank God I had worked with the crew. They were a wonderful crew for 4.5 years, so they were great support for that. For my first directorial job, and that's how I got into it. It just was, again, fate. One episode left, no director assigned to it, and then I went on to direct. Hunter and Walker, Texas Ranger, Melrose, Beverly Hills 90210, a whole bunch of things.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Just amazing. Chris?
Good fortune.
Well, James, thank you so much for all the interesting stories. We're going to have you back on CY.
Unbelievable stuff, Chris.
And
thank you guys for having me. I mean, I had a good time talking about that.
And for the fans, of course, go to his website, jamesdarren.com, to keep up to date with everything he's doing. And, of course, again, August 16th and 17th at the South Point Hotel and Casino at the South Point Showroom. And, of course, again, he'll be at the Regal All-Suite Hotel and Casino for the Star Trek convention as well, July 31st through August 4th. Should be some fun times with James Darren in Las Vegas. So for actor and singer James Darren, featured columnist Jay Bildstein, and CY Interview, I'm Chris Yandick. James, hang on.
Chris Shandak, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. If you have not already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel by hitting that subscribe button below and like this video to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview in Las Vegas. We greatly appreciate your support. It means a lot. So we want to wish Justin Bieber and his wife Hailey Bieber congratulations, as Hailey gave birth to a son a couple of weeks ago. As you probably know, those of you who are big Justin Bieber fans, Justin Bieber's mother is a woman by the name of Patty Millett. She gave birth to Justin when she was 18 years old and had a very challenging teenage years upbringing. And she wrote about it in a book called Nowhere But Up, the story of Justin Bieber's mother. And we had a chance to spend some time. We did a very long CY interview with Patty back in 2013 when we were in South Florida. And we're going to bring you that CY interview at the end of this one. But the reason I wanted to bring this up is that, it's such an interesting culture that we have today, right? Starting, almost 20 years ago, reality television really gave the parents and the siblings and the partners, the famous people, their own platforms. Some of them got their own 15 minutes of fame. Maybe some of them got book deals like Patty Millett. Maybe some of them got endorsement deals even from brands and companies, because that's where we are right now. If you're tied to somebody who's famous, you're dating them, you're a sibling of them, you're the parent of them, you've got your own chance to get your own 15 minutes of fame and your own show business career for a moment at least. And so Patty wrote her book, she told me back in 2013, because she wanted to give people hope that, no matter what you've been through in your life, that you can overcome it. No matter the traumas and the challenges, you can deal with what you're dealing with and move forward. And we had a really interesting conversation about that and other topics. And, I think anybody who has been through, obstacles in their own life and wants to then try to share where they are now and the trajectory they've been on and what they've learned and their hope for you if you've been on a similar path, I think that's always good when people are able to share their experiences with each other and try to inspire others. Because I think that's like one of the most important things in life, right? I mean, we spend so much time, so many people focusing on the negative moments on life. Why don't we focus on ways to come up with solutions and find ways of, positive forwardness, positive forwardness. Let's move forward in life. Let's focus. Listen, we can, reflect on the challenging times that some of us had in our childhoods, or we can focus on our adulthood moments right now and think about how can we be responsible for the life we have today and be a better person to the other people who are around us, whether they're our partners or our parents or our family or our best friends or our work colleagues or whatever it might be. But that's, I think, what you can learn from this. And so Patty Millett's goal, Justin Bieber's mother, was to just uplift people through the book that she wrote. So I had a chance to sit down with her for an in-depth interview when she was in South Florida on her book tour. And we talked about the book and a lot of other topics, including Justin Bieber, of course, and death. And we're not going to bring you that CY interview. I thought Patty was very nice, willing to answer any question I had, and I never felt rushed when we were sitting down. She accommodated me and answered every question I wanted to. And she's a very nice person who obviously, raised a very famous son who's known across the world, and no one can prepare you for that. And I think, the reality of what it comes down to at the end of the day is that, parents, many of them do the best they can. Some don't. Some are great. You never get to choose, as I like to say. There are a couple of things in life. We don't get to choose where we're born, and we don't get to choose who our parents are. And that's one of the things that, children have to learn with growing up, you know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, if we become parents, in our own lives, hopefully we want to set examples for those children that we have and try to be a positive reinforcement that the world is not just this, dark and negative place all the time. So there are many great things about the world, and there are many beautiful experiences to be had, I believe, through traveling, for example, you get to go and see some of the most amazing things that maybe you've seen it on, the National Geographic Channel, or you've seen it on YouTube, but why not go see it in person? And, I was so grateful, last year when I had a chance to go on a safari to Kenya. I went back to Kenya in May this year and got to see the giraffes literally up close, standing right above me. I mean, a couple feet away. I mean, there's just nothing better than that, in my opinion, Get out there, find something positive, plan your life and move forward and come up with something that you really enjoy. So now we bring you my CY interview with Justin Bieber's mother, Patty Millett, from 2013. I'm Chris Yannick for CY Interview. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel to keep up with everything we have going on here at CY Interview. Thank you so much, and I will see you in the next one.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Chris Yannick. She is the mother of one of the most famous music stars in the world. Her story she tells of overcoming many tough challenges would be inspiring to anyone. We now bring you our exclusive CY interview sit-down with New York Times bestselling author and Justin Bieber's mother, Patty Millett. Her best-selling book, Nowhere But Up, the story of Justin Bieber's mom, is now out in the teen edition.
Patty, thank you so much for joining me today. What do you like about Miami before we get into anything?
Ooh, I like the weather. I do. I like the warm weather.
Well, that's fantastic. Obviously there is a stereotype about parents of celebrity kids, but you obviously are trying to use your motherhood, being attached to a famous pop star, to do something really serious. So why don't you talk about that?
Yeah, I just love the idea that Justin has such an amazing platform with so many teenagers, especially, for me to be able to even utilize it for good. And, having over 2 million Twitter followers that call me mom, I'm just excited to be able to be a voice in their ear.
Everything that you've been through, whether it was, of course, being bullying, not being able to communicate with your mother, not feeling like you had the love from the parents you wanted, obviously, the sexual abuse and everything else that you went through. The question I have more than anything else for that is, and to anyone who's been through any of those things, is how do you keep it going? How do you keep life going? How do you stay and realize that there's still something to get up for every day, even with everything you went through?
It's a process. It's a long process, and I've had to really fight for my healing, and that's something that I really want to encourage other people to do is not give up. And some days it looks really hopeless, but you know, I think that if you just don't give up and really reach out for other people, that's what I had to do.
You have shared stories, of course, in the book. You know, your biological father wasn't in your life very much, and then you shared a story about your brother. You wanted to get close to your stepfather, but he told you, you know, that's not really your father. But, you know, looking at this entire scenario of everything you went through, do you think that if parents were supportive, were loving, were caring, communicated, were involved in their children's lives, that it can prevent a lot of the issues perhaps you went through?
I think love just accomplishes so much, and it comes in so many different shapes and sizes. I know for me, being abandoned and that deep sense of rejection really it led me to do a lot of things that I probably wouldn't have otherwise.
Well, you share some stories, of course, in the book about, you know, the unfortunate sexual abuse, and you talk about how you watched a public service announcement on TV and you realized about no means no, and then those things stopped. You know, for any child who's growing up that has had to deal with that, what do you say, and why do you think it's so hard for a child to know, even though it's inappropriate dealing with that scenario, why do you think it's hard for them to realize not to say no? Why do you think it's hard for them to move away from that and tell somebody?
Unfortunately, so much abuse happens in the home or from family members or people that they're really close to, and I think that the kids are not. A lot of kids are just not told how to respond if something were to happen, and I think it's really important for parents to have an open dialogue with their kids and talk to them about these difficult issues.
Another thing you talk about is emotional disconnect. So the question is that how can parents tell if their child is emotionally disconnected, and why do you think children end up becoming emotionally disconnected?
I think there's a difference between sadness and depression. I think sometimes we get sad. We have bad days, we have good days, but I think that if your child is distant and you know, spends a lot of time with themselves, and you know, the sadness is prolonged, I think it's just really important to pay attention to those things and even get a professional involved.
Sounds great. You know, everything that you've been through in your life, you know, obviously teens have troubles growing up. You've had a combination of things, unfortunately, and no one should have to go through those kinds of things. But what advice would you give to any teenager who's been through any of the things that you've been through, or, you know, feels down, whether it be depression, whether it feels like no support from their parents, they don't have their parents in their lives, any of those kinds of things, they want to turn to drugs, they hang with the wrong people. What is your advice to anyone going through any of those kinds of challenges? Any teenager who might be listening to this, obviously, because your son, you know, appeals to many great teenagers out there?
Well, I think what I would say to my teenage self is love yourself. And sometimes when you're not getting the love that you need from your parents, sometimes that you have to care enough about yourself and reach out for help. You know, whether that's a friend's parent, whether that's a teacher at school, whether that's a counselor, and don't stop reaching out, because there are a lot of resources and a lot of people that would love to help if they knew that you were in the predicament that you were in.
In the book, one of the quotes was, the right thing to do is usually the hardest thing to do. You know, looking at that, I wonder, you know, the thing that I think that happens for most teenagers growing up is the cool thing is usually the wrong thing, and that's really the big challenge in general. So why don't you tell me a little bit about that, and, you know, why making the right choices are usually the toughest choices, they're not the coolest choices, but in the long term, your life will shape out much better.
Yeah. I don't know how else to say it, but that the right thing to do is often the hardest thing to do, and in the moment it might seem like it's too hard to do, but in the end you will appreciate that you went through with that you made the right choice.
So let's move forward now. You talk obviously about your pregnancy in very big detail with Justin in the book. Was that really the moment where life changed for you, where you said to yourself, I've got responsibility now, I need to make better choices for myself. I would love to do this, but I can't do this anymore because I've got a son to look out for. Was that like your wake-up call moment?
Getting pregnant was definitely one of the defining moments. For me, I knew that I was responsible for more than just myself, so I really did kick it into high gear. Another defining moment for me was when I was in the hospital for trying to commit suicide, and I had that, encounter.
Looking forward, you talk about, your son grows up, he's the joy of your life, he becomes successful. And, you realize even with all these great moments, you move from Canada down to Georgia, you still talk about struggling with PTSD. The question I ask for you is, how are you doing today?
Today, I'm doing great. I have not arrived. I don't think any of us ever do, but I am whole today. I say that I'm healthy, and I'm not on daily medication anymore for depression, anxiety, and there was a season that I had to be on that.
When you look at that, I wonder, and I say to you, I think you're an inspiration given what you went through, because so many other people could have gone the wrong way. So many other people could have raised, a son that wasn't responsible, or a mother that didn't keep tabs on him and tell him to pay attention and listen, and a mother who looked out for his interests before throwing him into show business as well, because she was thinking about his interests and not her interests. But, do you feel at this point in time, with this platform you have now, with this book in the teen edition, that, being an inspiration and having a chance to really share your story, it's like I can really use my fame and notoriety of my sons for a good reason to help other teens, because it's not all peaches and cream for everybody like my son.
Yes, absolutely. That's the only reason that I wrote this book. That's the whole reason that I'm doing all this, is because I feel like I had a second chance and I was able to come through, and it's been really difficult, but I just want to encourage other people that no matter what you've been through, that there's hope.
You were very hesitant about your son getting in show business. You were hounded with messages on YouTube and calls and emails, and you waited and you waited and you waited and you waited. Was the reason you were hesitant because of your upbringing as a teenager and what you went through? Was that part of it, or not really?
No, I think my hesitancy was, all of the tragedy and all of the horror stories that you hear from the industry. And I really wanted to make sure that he was surrounded by good people.
Looking back on that, do you have any regrets? Would you have done anything differently?
No, he has an amazing team around him. The management team that is around him have become family, and they are incredible, and they really care about who he is, not just the pop star.
For all the fans out there, and there are millions of fans, and I know that you probably read tweets every day, you probably get messages every day, and you are probably consumed with it everywhere you go. For the fans that are out there that are concerned about your son's safety and well-being, what do you have to say to them?
To the fans that are concerned
about your son's just well-being in general from the outside because of looking in.
I just say that I know that sometimes Justin has to do things his own way, but regardless the path that he has to get there, I know that he's going to come out on top. I believe in him, and I know that he's going to be great.
Given all the things that have gone on with him, and he's under tremendous scrutiny, obviously, and teenagers have to grow up and do their own experiences, but he hasn't done anything wrong at this point in time. But obviously, he's going to be under a magnifying glass times a million, so when something gets blown up, you probably just say, well, that's to be expected.
I don't necessarily try and make excuses for him. I just deal with him on a mother-to-son basis. I have conversations with him because he's my son. I don't look at him as a public figure. I just deal with whatever situations arise and have private conversations.
Well, I think based on the experiences that you went through and your life experience and goes, I think that you would probably give him the hard advice he would need if he was ever in a bad situation.
Yeah, he knows my story. He's he's very familiar with what I've been through, and hopefully he can learn from some of my mistakes.
Well, I think that's fantastic. So, to wrap up, a few more for fun. First off, I really didn't get to ask at the beginning, though. You really did kind of discuss this in the interview. So when he got to the point that he got to, was that the moment when you decided that you were going to tell this story? When was the moment when you decided you were going to share all these really in-depth, deep details?
Well, I've been sharing my story in public settings since before he started his career. But when he turned 18 and wanted to, have a little bit of space from mom, have me come on the road but not full time, was the time when I thought this is a good time for me to put this down on paper and get it out in a book form.
Random question. This is the fun time. Will Patty Millett ever do Dancing with the Stars?
Oh my gosh. I've never even thought about it.
Well, I think she's got an inspiring story, and that show's all about inspiring growth, and I think that she could put her message from the book and what she's been through into another platform. Thoughts?
Well, another platform that I've thought about doing was a movie. So those are, thoughts that we're kicking around, but there's nothing set in stone at this point.
Fair enough. So why don't you, in closing, tell me what Round 2 is?
Round 2 is my new foundation, and we're just in the beginning stages. Our goal is, the idea is something like this. When you get knocked down in round 1 of life, then there's round 2. And so there's so many things that can discourage you and trip you up and make you feel like you can't go on, such as addictions or self-harm, bullying, people that need counseling. So one of our first initiatives is something, our first campaign is called Speak Up, Listen Up. And we're encouraging people to share their stories with other people and also to listen to someone else's story, because so many people, especially teenagers, want to keep everything inside. And so it's really important we encourage talking about it. And so we want to be able to fund counseling for people that can't afford it.
And a final fun question that I forgot. Have you had a chance to talk with your son about his talk with Bill Clinton at all? Not yet, maybe?
No, I have not talked to him about that yet.
Well, I think it was, in closing, I think it was a very mature choice for him to call. I think it was a big deal blown out of proportion. But thoughts? Isn't it cool that at least he got to talk to Bill Clinton?
I have so many thoughts on that, but because I haven't talked to him about it yet, I have nothing to say about that at this point.
Well, fair enough. And one last thing I forgot. Any advice for pregnant teenage mothers? I forgot to ask you that.
Advice for teenage pregnant mothers. Just love yourself and don't give up and reach out for help.
And find the support that you need, right?
Absolutely. There's so many resources out there.
Patty Millett, thank you so much for joining me. This was a really great conversation. You're inspiring people, and I give you all the credit in the world for talking about such deep and dark things. So, a documentary film, perhaps, then?
Not in the works at this time, no.
But a non-fiction film, then, is what you're talking about?
Yeah. It's not in the works, but we're just kicking around the ideas.
Patty, thank you.
Thank you so much.
For CYInterview, I'm Chris Yandek.
Chris Yandek, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. Happy Wednesday. We're here in downtown Las Vegas near the Fremont Street Experience. You can see the Golden Gate behind me, and of course there is Circa. Today we're going to revisit our CYInterview with Academy Award-winning actor Geoffrey Rush, and here it is.
You're on CYInterview.
This is Chris Yandek. His ability to play a variety of roles and his award recognition numerous times over has made Geoffrey Rush one of the greatest actors going today. The Academy Award, Emmy Award, and Tony Award winner known for his roles in The King's Speech, Shine, and the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, spoke in our CYInterview about his new movie The Eye of the Storm, many great stories about his acting journey, meeting Queen Elizabeth II last year, will he ever try to win a Grammy to complete the Major Entertainment Award foursome, and so much more in this compelling and enlightening conversation.
Geoffrey Rush, thank you so much for joining me. The new movie is The Eye of the Storm. It opens on September 7th in New York and Florida, and of course LA, and then it's going to go into many more theaters in a couple of weeks. Thank you for joining me today. How you doing, man?
I'm fine, Chris. Thank you.
You know, The Eye of the Storm is one of those stories many adult children go through where they have to deal with and decide what to do about an aging parent. Did you take anything away from this story personally?
Look, my relationship with my mother, I have to say, is probably the complete opposite to what it is playing Sir Basil with Elizabeth in this particular story. I always had great supportive encouragement and care and consideration and nurturing as I sort of, as I became an actor in my early 20s. It was a little unheard of, at that stage in Australia. We were relatively, on a global level, a bit of a cultural wasteland to a certain degree. So the idea of actually going into a profession as an actor seemed highly unlikely, but circumstances allowed that to happen. And my mother was very supportive of that.
Yeah, you've talked very fondly about your mother being supportive of your acting career, and of course, as you mention in this movie, of course, your mother is not very supportive of her son, and she doesn't come to see him. So what are your fondest memories of your mother supporting you in your acting career?
I think the fact that, in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, into the 70s in Australia, our film industry had gone heads up and was, almost non-existent apart from a few offshore productions. There wasn't a tremendous amount of professional theatre around at that point. So no one ever really had their sights sort of set on the possibilities of that being a profession. But I had an interesting conversation with my mother one day when she revealed to me that she was always in her youth. She always hoped that she could have been, and she might have been influenced by American movies, I don't know. She said, I would love to have been a dancer in a troupe, in a variety show, and be in the company of all of those kinds of people, which I thought was quite interesting because I have very, very fond memories of my mother from my childhood. She was a great jiver, and for when I was 7 or 8, I can remember her always rolling up the rug and hitting the floor with her various dance partners and having a great sense of rhythm. And I hope I've inherited a few of those genes.
At this point in your career, does it mean anything different to you to film a movie where the background for the project is your home country, or is it still special and the same?
Oh, it means a lot. I mean, I've tried to interweave, I started my first major sort of Australian film roles happened in the mid-90s when I was in my mid-40s. I'd spent most of my time, 25 years in the theatre before that. So to suddenly find myself in a position where, a reasonably good number of roles and quite diverse roles occurred, and I've been trying to interweave them in and around international offers. It's always that much more fascinating to go back and play out within the nuances of the psyche of your own landscape, your own country, your own place, whether it's Lantana or Candy or Ned Kelly or Brand New Day, and so that's I've had the good fortune for that to happen on and off every 18 months, every 2 years. There's always, for me, been some very stimulating Australian project. And in this particular case, with The Eye of the Storm, being able to work with a hero of mine, Fred Skepsey, because back in the mid-70s when I was a student in London and Paris, during that period of absence from Australia, our film industry kind of really reignited, and Fred was very much at the forefront of that. So when I saw his early films like Devil's Playground and Chant of Jimmy Blacksmith when I was in Europe, even seeing them in a European context was interesting,
Yeah, you play this great actor character in the movie, of course, who loves the stage, and his career is kind of on the downward, you know, with everything you've been through in your acting career. How relatable is this character to you?
It's very scary to go into that sort of territory. But, you know, I think in the narrative, that's the least significant thing. I think Patrick White, and in the adaptation for the screenplay, it's more having the character written as an actor, meaning it's somebody who's sort of perhaps, because you know an actor's body is their own instrument, their own imagination is their own instrument. It's more it's a lively format for someone to be self-inspecting and analyzing their own state of being. And that's more what's happening, I think, on a metaphoric level, that Basil is trying to assess where did his adult life go horribly, horribly wrong, which is why I think he makes the journey back to the country in the course of the film to his childhood home.
Yes, and sees his
where
mother.
Things might have gone off the rails.
Yeah, and he tries to learn from his miserable mother what has gone wrong and how can he make it better.
Yes, well, that's I suppose where a lot of the dramatic conflict comes from, because you're not dealing with two easy, open-minded, honest, rational
people,
human beings.
Yes, it's one of these great films. I feel like when I'm watching it that, you know, there's just not enough of them made anymore. It's just real, legitimate acting on screen that takes you through, and it's thought-provoking as you go along, and there's a lot to think about.
Well, that's good. I mean, I would have thought, you know, Patrick White was a great, you know, apart from his great literary kind of acclaim, I got to know Patrick in the later part of his life because I was involved with a couple of plays that he'd written in his late 60s. And he loved showfolk. He loved theater people. He loved actresses. He loved movies. It would be quite extraordinary for him if he was still around, I think, to see that this film has happened. And I would imagine if he'd had his dream come true in his own lifetime, maybe someone like Douglas Sirk should be directing his work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a feeling of heightened expressionistic energy in the writing, like a Tennessee Williams, where language, the complexity and density of language is very important.
We don't have enough of that in Hollywood today.
Well, you know, I could easily agree with you on that, because I think there's room for those kinds of experiences.
Oh, I agree with you. You're an inspiration to everybody, in my opinion, because you stuck with what you wanted, you know, into your 40s, and then you finally got your big breaks. For everyone out there who has wanted to quit or wanted to give up on a dream, what do you say to them about keep going? How do you keep going?
I've probably noticed just more recently, I've been doing more theater again for the last 3 or 4, 5 years. And particularly within Australia, and some of those productions have made forays into New York. You know, we came here with Exit the King to Broadway a couple of years ago, and last year to the Brooklyn Academy, and that was very exciting. So I'm now in a position where I, you know, even on a film set, I look around and think, wow, I'm sort of pretty much the oldest guy here now. You know what I mean? It sort of sneaks up on you very quickly. But I find it very stimulating and intriguing to be working with people in their teens, their early 20s, into their 30s, to sort of see it's a different context. You know, I mean, there's even just not just the political, social differences that exist now, but the technological differences are huge in terms of means of communication and stuff. So I do get asked a lot by younger people, you know, what advice can you give? And, you know, there is no easy desk calendar aphorism, but I always say, remember, for me, if this means anything for you, being an actor is putting yourself into a state of imaginative play. It's not about red carpets, it's not about career movements, it's not about celebrity, and all of the trappings that tend to clutter up what the job description fundamentally asks of you. You have to get to know your own imaginative parameters and develop your skills and what you can express vocally and physically. There's a craft involved. But at the same time, I suppose I distill that down to, follow instincts. Somewhere in the back of your mind, there's always going to be a very strong instinct that helps you make decisive moments in the creation of your work or in the maneuverings of your career. There's always going to be moments where you'll hit crossroads and have to make a decision, is it the right fork or the left fork? And be on high alert to sometimes take risks, sometimes find assurance, sometimes strengthen and develop something that's already there. There's a lot that needs to be processed.
I think a lot of people are going to appreciate that answer and take something away from it, but I have to say, what do you credit your ability to do so many different varieties of roles? As you know, many actors can only do a certain type of role, but you seem to do everything.
Well, that's nice praise, and I thank you for it. Look, it's. I think the answer to that is a fairly comes from a practical assessment of it. I started out in repertory theatre in the subsidised state theatre companies of Australia, and I did 3 years of theatre. It all happened quite suddenly. I was at university studying a generic arts degree and was engaged with lots of on-campus theatrical life, which was very lively at the time, on a political and a period of cultural shift and so forth. And during that time, the Queensland Theatre Company was established as a professional identity, and suddenly the director of that newly formed company had seen some of my work and my colleagues in university productions, and he offered us a job, and suddenly I was there with a 3-year contract to be an actor, and I thought I was probably going to end up in radio or teaching or something, So it all happened sort of very, very suddenly, and I just kind of grabbed onto that and, let the runaway horse do what it had to do.
Oh, I think you're phenomenal in so many ways, and I think we can learn so much from you on so many different horizons. And I say to you, obviously, of course, people will remember you from the King's Speech just recently in the recent years, but of course, last year, you got to meet Queen Elizabeth. What was it like meeting the Queen?
That was an interesting experience, because at that time, I was in preparation to play Lady Bracknell in The Importance of Being Earnest. Not that I was going to end up playing Lady Bracknell as the Queen, but by coincidence I was sat at luncheon next to Her Majesty's Chief Lady-in-Waiting, who was a hoot. She was a great luncheon companion, and as an actor, I like being in those unusual circumstances. It's not every day you get to be invited to Government House and all of the attendant formalities of that. To be able to observe how that echelon of society works. So I was able to, have a very rare and enjoyable experience, and kind of in the back of my mind keep my antenna on high alert to see whether there were some little glimpses of truthful behavior that came from that particular class of society.
Yeah, of course. Well, you talk about those unique and interesting experiences. Of course, you talked about the dream dinner party and your Oscar speech win for Shine. Does it mean anything different to you today, the Academy Award?
I don't know. It's it becomes an adjective that becomes in the media attached to your name, but I don't think it should ever be the key part of your calling card. I mean, in brokering a new project or whatever discussions, as random as they might be, with other creative people who might be suggesting an upcoming project or a daring step to say, hey, wouldn't it be great to have a look at doing this? As is what happened with Fred Skepsey and I of The Storm. He said, look, I think I've got the finance together. You should really take a good close look at Sir Basil Hunter, and I think Judy Davis is on board. They're the key processes, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And then a few more. You're one of the few people on the entire earth that has won the Triple Crown of Acting, which of course is the Oscar, the Tony, and the Emmy. Do you ever have any aspirations to win a Grammy one day to finish off the collection of the 4 major entertainment awards? I was preparing for this interview, Geoffrey, and a lot of people really want to hear you sing. Any chance you ever put out an album or something, or maybe a soundtrack tied to a movie that could win a Grammy?
Well, I don't know. I know that somebody had alerted me to one of the characters, I think, in 30 Rock, is obsessed by the EGOT. I know. I couldn't even tell you. I think there's only a handful of people. I know Sir John Gielgud is involved in that, and he probably got a Grammy because he probably recorded. He did a Shakespeare compilation show many, many decades ago.
There's like 10 people who have. There's like 10 people who have won it. Whoopi Goldberg is another one of those who I spoke with in recent years.
Right. But I don't think you can set that up as a career path. It's unlikely that I would ever get into a recording studio as a singer.
Okay.
But in terms of spoken word, I don't know. It would have to be a particularly stimulating project.
Well, of course,
I'm not actively pursuing it to kind of fulfill that crazy idea of a challenge.
Well, of course, getting back to Australia, in the eye of the storm, you're the Australian of the Year this year. Is that the biggest honor that you could ever receive?
Well, it is. I suppose if I really put it into context, it's been an accolade in Australia that's happened since 1960, and more often than not, I suppose it's awarded to someone that's already prominent to some degree in public life. But in that 52-year history, there have only ever been 2 actors from film or theatre. The first being Sir Robert Helpman, who was not only a notable, internationally recognized ballet star, but also Shakespearean actor, and probably known to a younger generation as the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And the second was Paul Hogan back in the mid-'80s. So in terms of let's say, how artistic endeavor or the arts industry or artistic life in Australia is generally not regarded as the highest goal to strive for, even though we have an extraordinary history of great performers and internationally recognized people, etc., etc. It's been good for our industry to raise the credibility and visibility by having an artist in that given that particular award. So I sort of accept it gratefully in that respect.
Absolutely. The Eye of the Storm comes out September 7th, this coming weekend, to theaters in Florida, Los Angeles, and New York, and then to a wider distribution on September 21st. Geoffrey Rush, thank you so much for joining me. Great pleasure. Before we go, though, I do have 2 last things. What do you hope people remember about you, and what do you want people to know about you?
I don't know. I suppose if there's a younger generation of actors, to know that over the last 4 decades that I've been working within the context of Australian cultural life, enormous changes, enormous goals have been reached things are not now out of our grasp the way they were back then, when we were relatively on a global level in a cultural wasteland. So they've got to move onwards and upwards, and I hope that's something that they would choose to pursue. I don't know about the rest. It's whatever people might make out of the curious mosaic of one actor's career. I can't get an overview on that because I'm hopefully still in the middle of it.
You'll be in the middle of it 20 years from now, I'm sure, because you give the most memorable performances and you can play the variety of roles that most people can't, and you have done it so gracefully. Thank you so much, Geoffrey Rush, for your time today. It was a great pleasure to speak with you.
Thanks, Chris.
For CYInterview, I'm Chris Yandek.
Chris Yandek, CYInterview, covering Las Vegas and the world. If you haven't already, please hit that like button below, and please hit that subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview in Las Vegas and beyond. We greatly appreciate. Today we're going to revisit another CYInterview from 2017 with legendary Hollywood actress Tippi Hedren, who's known for her role in the Alfred Hitchcock movie The Birds. Here is that CYInterview.
You're on CYInterview.
I'm Chris Yandek. Featured columnist Jay Bilstein is with me. Today on CYInterview, we welcome legendary actress and model Ms. Tippi Hedren to talk about her new book, Tippi, a Memoir, and we will also talk about her foundation, Shambhala, as well. Thank you for joining us today.
Shambhala.
Shambhala, thank you. Thank you
Shambhala, yes.
Thank you so much for joining us today. How are you?
Well, I'm very well, thank you.
I want to ask, reading your book to start out with, the thing that came to mind most early on in the first 100 pages was the following. You were interested in becoming a figure skater, but then you met a woman and you got your first modeling gig, and the rest was history. Have you ever thought about how your life would have been different if you would have become a figure skater?
Actually, no, I don't think in those kinds of terms, because I don't have. I kind of go along with what's happening at the moment, and I kind of put my life into what's important at the time.
Gotcha. So, speaking about your modeling before we get into your acting, what I like about the book is you really give us an early perspective of what TV commercials were like, about what it was like to be in an early TV commercial. What was it like to be at the beginning of TV, be a model, be on these early commercials, and see the beginning of the process?
Well, I feel like I was very fortunate in being there at that time, and it certainly was a wonderful job opportunity. I was very fortunate in being there at that time. It was the beginning of a new career for a whole lot of people. I mean, it was actually the beginning, of all of these amazing commercials that were being done. It was the beginning of the TV commercial, and what an amazing career it was for so many of us. I mean, it was really astounding. Yeah, it really was. It was a brand new horizon, and fortunately, it was a very financially lucrative business.
Tippi, always find it interesting how technology and art intertwine. Your daughter, Melanie Griffith, is a noted actor, as you are. How have you seen Hollywood change over the years? Do you think Hollywood has improved, gone downhill? Do you find that all the technology we have today in terms of communication technologies helps the artistic process, or do you think we've lost something?
Oh no, I think it's become huge, and I think it's greatly improved, and I think it's been greatly enhanced. Absolutely.
Chris?
Looking forward, we read in the book, Tippi, a memoir, you end up in these commercials, you end up moving to New York City, and then a famous director sees you in a commercial and wants you to be part of his studio. Of course, that would be Alfred Hitchcock. Did you feel like in your early part of your life that you were just always in the right place at the right time?
Well, it sort of seems that way, doesn't it? Yeah, I think I don't know. Maybe I was just one of those people that was in the right place at the right time, or that I was smart enough to take advantage of opportunities. Maybe it was a little of both, a little bit of everything.
And speaking about that, I know that you've been out on a book tour and you've been speaking at universities and other places like that. Do you say to young people maybe the best advice you could give to them is just keep working, keep at it, keep getting yourself out there, because that's what you did and look where you were?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I think you can never give up. Don't ever give up. Find something that you're interested in and stay with it. And hopefully you've chosen something that's admirable and something that you can be proud of, and that can be a lucrative financially and emotionally, something that you can be proud of.
Oh, absolutely, no doubt about that. And I'm sure that, being an actress, you get asked about that first. But then the second question I would have for you is, what advice do you have for young women who want to be aspiring models?
Just one second. Honey, I'll be with you in a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's my cat. My cat's very demanding.
I understand that completely.
Well, Chris, actually, you have something in common. You're both cat people.
Yeah, we both are.
Definitely. Now, I'm sorry, what was the question? What?
Advice for young ladies who might want to be aspiring models. You probably are always asked about how does one become an actress, but how about becoming a model?
First of all, find out what the business is, what the business is like, what it is that you want to be, and there's you can the best way to find out about it is to become a fashion model, and with the right people, the right agency, and start working as a model, and first of all, as I said before, with the right people, the right agency, and so that you're getting the right information with the right people.
Oh, absolutely. There's no denying that.
And that's always the way with no matter what vocation that you go into, is getting involved with the right people.
Well, I think the most important thing, and one of the most important things that someone can take away from Tippi, a memoir, is that you had a line in there basically saying along the lines of, is that I will never put a price on my dignity.
Yes. Well, that's exactly. Yes, that, and I will always stick by that.
Jay?
Tippi, what was it like working opposite Sean Connery and Marnie?
I was really thrilled to know that Sean would be my leading man, and because I would be working with a consummate actor, and indeed he was, and I was, and with all of the actors with whom I was working, they were all absolutely the best, and I learned from them, and I hope they learned from me, and it was they were good for my career, and I hope I was good for their career.
After being in Marnie, and since Sean Connery was then in the James Bond franchise, did you ever sit back and think during that time in the 60s, gee, I'd love to be a Bond girl. I'd love to be cast in a James Bond film.
Well, I wouldn't have turned it down. That's for sure. No, I would have loved to have done that, and I would have accepted in a minute. Yes, that would have been exciting.
Do you feel that because you had worked with Hitchcock in two, one certainly iconic movie, and the other in The Birds, and of course Marnie, a very, very strong film, that somehow it presented you on a different plane, and that getting lighter roles was made harder?
I think so. Absolutely, it did. Yes.
What
happened? Yeah.
I'm curious, as we speak, it seems that in Hollywood, every 10 years or so, there's a kind of, I don't know, a type that is looked for, a type of woman, a type of man. There was the days of the tall leading man, very handsome, and then we came into the 70s, and it was the era of more ethnic leading men, a little bit quirkier maybe, the Robert De Niro's, the Al Pacinos, the Dustin Hoffmans. Were you, for example, in the 60s ever up for roles, let's say, in competition with someone like Inger Stevens?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
But would you say, though, that there was a kind of era where there was this, particularly in the United States, this fascination with the beautiful blonde, coming off an age of Jane Mansfield and Marilyn Monroe? The 1960s in movies and television kind of belonged to the beautiful blonde. Do you think that's accurate, or do you think that's incorrect?
No, I think you're probably right. I don't think I was included in that genre.
And probably because you were in such strong work early on, that it made you be looked at as someone very serious. Do you think that worked in your advantage or disadvantage? Looking back, would you have had it any other way?
I think I would not have had it any other way. And I think that is what happened.
Indeed.
I was content with that.
Chris?
Focusing on The Birds, Ms. Hedren, I think that what's most interesting about this, of course, is that you're signed to your contract. You do these unbelievable screen tests, which were, very expensive. I think you said by today's standard that they would be $200,000 by today's dollars, which I thought was very interesting. Question I have for you is that, you are an unknown put into a big Hitchcock movie. When you look back on that and you look back on that opportunity, today in Hollywood it seems like they're not willing to take as many risks on unknown talents in big projects. So what do you think about that?
I think it is just because of the costs of doing the screen tests. And I think it was because of the director himself. I think Alfred Hitchcock could do whatever he wanted, and he did. I think it was a unique situation, and I was fortunate enough to be the I don't know what would I call it,
the actress chosen for the role.
Yeah, yes, I was the lucky, the lucky person.
Oh, no denying that.
I think it was not a common situation at all.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why I asked you that question.
Yeah, it was unique, and I was well aware of it at the time.
Do you feel like that you got the acceptance you deserved when you were on the press tour for the movie, or was it after the movie had come out and then you went on to your next role? When do you think you got acceptance from the Hollywood community?
Oh, let's see. I don't. It's a difficult question for me to answer. Because I was under contract to Alfred Hitchcock, and it was he who was made the choices of my receiver of doing any other films. And I have no idea what was offered to me. I have no idea what was offered to me.
Well, moving forward, I want to talk about your daughter, Melanie, of course. You write in the book that you did not encourage nor suggest her becoming an actress, but at the same time, you were going to be a supportive parent no matter what. Looking at her career, what do you feel?
Well, I feel that she has had an amazing career, and I think she is an extraordinary actress, and I supported her with everything that she wanted to do. I didn't push her into anything. I didn't promote her in any way. These were all things that happened to her as my career happened to me.
Understandable. And focusing on that, did she come to you much and ask for advice, or did she just kind of go on her own way? Because
she's a very independent woman.
Yeah.
She always was. She always was, and still is.
Jay?
Tippi, it seems to me that probably about half the films you've been in, well, maybe not half, but maybe about 40% you've been in since 1999, 2000, the turn of the millennium. What do you attribute to that kind of impetus, that kind of pickup in your career and the volume of your work as time has gone on?
Actually, there have all been films that have been offered to me. I mean, I haven't gone out looking for them. They have been offered to me.
So that was just something spontaneous? There was no plan on your part that said, I miss, being in front of the cameras or something, or you got in touch with your agent or your manager and said, hey, let me see some good scripts. It's just something that happened kind of spontaneously.
No, they've all just happened. Yeah.
Did you find that in recent years you've enjoyed working, making films as much as you did at the beginning of your career, or perhaps more so?
Oh, no, I've always enjoyed it. I've always enjoyed it.
Chris?
Tippi, you are in your memoir, you give a very personal view of who Alfred Hitchcock is as a person. I'd love to ask what your reaction has been about your honesty and what you experienced and what you dealt with. From people who've read the book.
I don't understand that question.
Were people surprised at what you shared? Did a lot of people turn around and say, "Really?" Or was Hitchcock really like that? Were people surprised about your portrayal of Alfred Hitchcock in the book?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they were. In what way would they be surprised?
I don't know. Sometimes there are individuals who have a public persona, or because their art, in this case, the director and his films, may be beloved by people, or they're tremendous fans of a director's work or of an actor's work, and then they hear things about that individual that may have the quality of kind of tarnishing their image of that person when they don't even know that person. They just know them. They don't know them. They know their artwork from afar, their movie, their painting, their singing, whatever it is. There was you didn't hear from anyone who said really, or nobody was left incredulous, or was this something that people just took in stride?
Well, I think Alfred Hitchcock had an interesting persona about him. I think he was fairly mysterious. I think and I think that's what he wanted people to believe about him. And I think he succeeded with that, giving that kind of persona about himself. I think he did.
He certainly did come off as mysterious. That is certainly true.
I think he did too.
Was he like that in person?
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, I think he was.
The way you laugh, it makes me seem like he was probably even more mysterious in person.
Well,
I can think of him back in the day on television. Good evening, this is Alfred Hitchcock. Even as a little kid, I'd watch that and say, just seeing him come on screen and begin to speak was somewhat frightening. Was he intimidating in person?
Well, not to me, he wasn't.
Well, it seems like he was quite taken with you. But do you think he was intimidating to other actors?
Oh, I think he was. And yet I think there were a lot of actors who were not intimidated by him at all. And I think he knew completely how to handle everyone, and he was good at it. He was just very, very good at it. But he was a very, very interesting man. I found him to be very, very interesting. He didn't frighten me. He didn't scare me. He tried. And he was the kind of person who tried to intimidate everyone. And those kinds of things don't interest me, nor do they scare me. So we got along very well.
Do you think, Tippi, that sometimes people who don't work in front of the camera, writers, directors, producers, who may not possess leading man or leading woman looks, sometimes have an ego struggle when they deal with folks who are in front of the camera who tend to be good-looking people? Do you think that causes some issues?
Oh yes, I think in his mind he looked like Cary Grant.
Really?
Oh, yes, I think he did. Yes, it was rather sad, actually.
Wow, he did, obviously he didn't have a quality mirror, did he? I mean, his work was. Yeah, I mean, his work was certainly incredible. There's no doubt about that, and I don't like to speak ill of the dead, but we can look back at Sir Alfred Hitchcock and say certainly he left an indelible impression on the movie business in Hollywood, but him thinking he looks like Cary Grant, gee whiz.
No, but he was an incredible director, and I think he was able to. I think he was capable of being such an incredible director because he had such an incredible imagination.
Understood. Yeah. I know, Chris, that you wanted to get into some other areas quickly.
Yes. Before we let you go, I want to talk about your love of animals, your foundation. Obviously, we'll give the website here. So tell me about everything.
Oh, everything. Okay. Well, I have always had an incredible love for animals, and when my then husband and I did this movie called Roar, in which we became involved with the big cats. In order to do the film, we acquired the big cat owners said, you're going to have to get some of your own cats to do this movie because of the numbers of animals that you want in this movie. So that is what we did. We acquired many of our own animals to do the movie, and of course that opened a whole can of peas that we never expected to do. And in so doing, we fell in love with the big cats. And that opened a whole can of peas because we then found so many animals that were being sold as pets, and of course they're apex predators. They are top of the food chain, one of 4 of the most dangerous animals in the world, therefore not making them a good pet. And so we all of a sudden were taking in so many of these animals that were up for adoption because they were not a good pet. And at one point we had almost 100 animals here, lions and tigers and leopard. And in the 70s, I am thinking, why is our government allowing this to happen? The breeding of these animals to be sold as a pet or for financial gain. And it was becoming a huge business. It was on a par with illegal drugs. And so I looked into it all, and I put a bill together, and I got it passed to stop the breeding of these animals to be sold as a pet or for financial gain. And so eventually, it has taken a number of years, but the numbers of lions and tigers has diminished, and which I'm very, very grateful for. And we don't have this plethora of big cats being sold to be somebody's pet. So I'm very, very happy that this has come to fruition. But for a while it was a huge, huge problem, and we did get to know a great number of them, and there were a great many of them that lived out their lives with us here at Shambhala, and was at one point we had about 80 animals here. It was huge.
How many?
And by the
do you
way,
have today?
that's where you live, right?
Yes, I still live here. I still
My
live
goodness.
Here. Yeah, we have about 30 big cats here now.
And people can make a donation by going to the website. I'm going to spell it, www.shambala.org, if you'd like to assist in helping with these great animals.
Oh, thank you. I'd really appreciate it because it's the national debt to keep it going.
How many
Thank you.
how many tigers and lions and leopards do you currently?
We've got around 30 right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And
they have a really wonderful life here, where they're in very, very large areas, and in fact, many of them you can walk by the compound and can't even find them. The areas are so big, and it's a really wonderful place for them.
Well, I think about early in your life, you had a cat named Peter.
I did.
And you wanted to go across the country because you guys were moving from Minnesota to California, and you were so worried about how Peter was going to be in a little cage or whatever, and you had a neighbor who made a customized cage.
Yes, he did. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber made it. Yes.
To take the cage across the country and take the animals.
Yeah.
So, but the point be told is early on in the book you loved cats and you loved animals, but I'm guessing you never imagined it would be this.
Well, no, I think it probably would have scared me to pieces. Yeah, to think of the enormity of the involvement that it became my life.
Oh, no denying.
It's been amazing. It's been an amazing life.
Well,
We had 2 African elephants who lived out their lives with us.
Wow.
And the man who took care of our elephants was a Hell's Angel, and he came down on his motorcycle one day and said, "I hear you're looking for people to work here." And we said, "What can you do?" He said, "Everything." And we said, "Okay, prove it." And he did, and he now runs the place. His name is Chris Galucci. And he not only took care of the 2 elephants, he knows everything about the big cats and about the place, and it's just an amazing place, this Shambala Preserve.
Does the press come from time to time? Do you invite the press to come down?
Oh, yes, we do. Yes, you are welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It just sounds absolutely amazing, and based on my reading, you're about, only 40 miles from Los Angeles?
Yes. And we're open one weekend a month at shambala.org, and you have to have a reservation and a small donation.
Well,
and we accept very large donations as well.
Sure you do, and I'm sure you can really use them.
Yes, we can.
By the way, do you have a full-time veterinarian on site, or you have veterinarians nearby?
We run such a tight ship that our staff is so knowledgeable about the animals and the foods that we feed, the care that the animals receive. We don't need a full-time veterinarian, although we have 4 that are on call at any time, and they're close by. But we don't need a full-time veterinarian. And the animals are so healthy and so content.
Wow.
They're in big areas, and it's an amazing place. It's really wonderful.
That's phenomenal.
Yes. And I hope you will come and see us.
Well, I hope we get to meet you very soon, Ms. Hedren.
Where are you? Where are you located?
Well, I'm located in Miami, Florida, and my colleague Jay is actually in Mexico right now.
We are actually, as we've told our past few guests, we just had on Rich Little the other day. We are relocating to Las Vegas. So we will just be a very short 15-minute flight. Exactly. So love to see Shambhala. It really sounds absolutely fantastic. And I would encourage...
You can also stay overnight in our tent. We have an overnight tent in which you can stay.
Wow.
Oh, fantastic.
And that's very wonderful. I slip over there and stay overnight sometimes. And I live on the place.
I think that's the thing that a lot of people are going to be very interested, that this is not just something you are kind of sort of committed to. I mean, your level of commitment, you live there. You live there.
Oh, I do. In fact, my neighbor and her she's about 4 feet away from me, and she's a tiger, and her name is Mona, and then from then on, all the lions and tigers are spread out. But I hear them roaring during the night, and it's beautiful. It's just beautiful. I am the luckiest lady in the world.
Sounds incredible. You really have quite some experiences going, from the birds to the cats.
The cats. Yes, and I have made a magnificent life for myself. I really have.
Well, in closing, Tippi, I'd like to mention again, Tippi, a memoir. Why should folks go out and buy the book and read the book?
Because I think I have had one of the most fascinating lives of anybody I know. I really do. When I think back about all of the things that I have done and the doors that have opened for me that I have walked through, I almost called my book The Open Door, because there have been so many incredible things that I have done, and that, the doors that have opened for me, and a lot of doors I've just slammed shut too. But I've just had an amazing life, and not just dealing with the animals, but I've been to Vietnam with our servicemen twice.
Yep.
I've done lots of different things, and I have taken advantage of a lot of the doors that have opened for me. And I've had.
You mentioned Vietnam. I've just got to ask, based on something I read. I didn't know if it was true or not. Did you have some involvement in this kind of these nail salons that were initially? Yeah, that is true. In other words, you were an impetus behind Vietnamese women who came to the States and opened nail salons.
I am the person behind all of that. Yes,
so that's true. That's not an internet myth. That is for real.
No, it is not a myth. We were trying to find jobs for the Vietnamese women. A whole group of women that I was trying to find. We were trying to find jobs for them, and I noticed that they were very, very good with their hands. And I thought, the manicuring, that would be perfect for them. And so I had my own manicurist come and teach them how to do the Juliet manicure. And that was where they put the glazes over the nails, and they all of these women, I think there were about 15 or 20 of them, and they were taught how to do this manicure. It was called the Juliet manicure, and they all learned how to do it, and that's how it all started.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So this means that perhaps the sequel to your book will be called I Nailed It. And this will mean that there'll be 2 movies made from your books, not just one.
Well, why not?
The question today, in closing, will be: who would you like to play you in the movie?
Ooh, that's another question, isn't it? Wow.
Something to think about.
Definitely.
Chris?
All right.
Well,
let's put on our thinking caps. Yes.
Indeed.
Well, Tippi, thank you so much for your time today. Hang on with us, and I want to mention her great animal foundation. Again, if you'd like to go make a donation, go to www.shambala.org.
O-R-G, and come and see us. And the donations would be very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. And come and see us and look us up on the website and all of those good things. And thank you so much for this interview.
Yep, please hang on with us 1 second. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
For CYInterview, I'm Chris Yandek.
Shanti, CYInterview covering Las Vegas and the world. If you haven't already, please hit the like button below. And please hit the subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CYInterview in Las Vegas and beyond. We greatly appreciate it. Today we're going to revisit our CYInterview with Mel B of the Spice Girls, also known to the world as Scary Spice.
This is Chris Yandek, and you're on CYInterview.com, where we have brought you hundreds of the biggest and brightest names in news, sports, and entertainment. With me today, she's had a very long career in acting, modeling, singing, anything else in between. She's got her new fitness DVD coming out on February 3rd. You can find more information about it at her official website, melaniebrown.com, or you can head over to Amazon.com, type in Totally Fit Melanie Brown, better known as Scary Spice from the Spice Girls. Thanks for joining me today. How you been?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. I have to say, you have more gigs than anyone I can keep track of in Hollywood. But besides being a wife and a mother, how do you find time to exercise, train, and have that totally fit body that you have shown, after having 2 kids? It's just unbelievable.
Oh, wow, thank you. I think it's partly because I'm a Gemini. I like to switch things up every now and again, and I get bored quick, so I have to keep myself entertained. But my DVD thing is my workout is that I've been doing this on and off for the last 8 years, and especially since I had Angel, I really concentrated down a format that I know works. So if you keep on doing it, it works. And yeah, I guess I'm just one of those people. It's all about balance as well. You have to have time with your kids, time for yourself, time with your husband to be able to function in life and get the best out of yourself. So far, so good. I'm not doing too bad with balancing the whole juggling act between everything. But yeah, I really enjoy everything I do as well, luckily.
Well, what advice could you give to fellow moms? Any secrets, anything in particular? I know that, you say you have to eat well, you have to exercise, you've got to do both. You can't just do one or the other. Do you have any other advice you can give to fellow moms?
Well, I only do my workout when my 2-year-old goes down for a 2-hour nap. Mm-hmm. So I cram in my workout. I also stick my crock pot on, put a load of vegetables and chicken broth, and let that do itself cooking for 4 hours, and then that feeds my family for the next two days or so. Mm-hmm. So it's all about just time management and what is quick and easy and healthy, and keep it consistent. Mm-hmm. So I do my workout like at least 2-3 times a week, whether it be by myself or whether my girlfriends come over and do it with me. So it keeps me motivated, so I don't want to slack off. And plus I drink a good amount of water, and I know it's hard for people to get drinking water because I was not a water drinker before I discovered this great water called Aqua Hydrate, which is brilliant. It's got trace minerals, it's got electrolytes, everything you can possibly want, and it's good for hangovers.
Is it true that you've been offered your own workout TV show with this buzz on this DVD? I read some reports on that. Is it true that Melanie's going to get more into the fitness world and maybe become a role model?
I would love to do that because it's something that I'm passionate about, and it's something that I do day in, day out, and have done for a long time. So I hopefully know how to get people motivated and get into that totally fit lifestyle. Because it isn't just doing an odd workout here and there or eating healthy here and there. It's about being consistent, but also, giving your body a break and having your cheat day once a week and vegging out on the sofa and being good to yourself at the same time. But yeah, I'd definitely love to become some kind of a role model if I can squeeze myself in there to the fitness world, because, yeah, I know what I do works, and so if I can spread that around to as many people as possible, you know, I'm doing my bit.
Yeah, well, everywhere I look, I see you on the front of magazines, tabloids. They're showing your body. They're showing you in a swimsuit, and just they're following
well,
everywhere.
You're getting caught paparazzi.
Yeah, you're getting caught by the
paparazzi. I didn't even know they were there.
Yeah, I know, but I just everywhere I look, I see there's Mel B on the beach. There's Mel B doing this. There's Mel B doing that. How does it make you feel?
Well, I don't always look at every tabloid picture, and I don't always read what they're saying about it, because sometimes it's not very nice. But if anything, I'll look at a picture and go, oh dear, why did I wear that? Or, oh, that doesn't look too bad, I'll wear that again. I don't really let it get into my psyche that much and get me down, or, oh my God, look at what I look like. I just, you know, everybody has good days and bad days, and I just get on with it. I actually find it kind of funny that people think I'm that interesting. It's good.
I know.
Yeah.
Again, it's like over the holidays, you were trying to go Christmas shopping somewhere, and there were at least like 30 cameras around you, and it was on one of the entertainment television stations. And it was just like, let the woman walk. Let the woman go what she's got to do. I mean, yes, it's Mel B. She was in one of the hottest groups of all time in music. Yes, she was on Dancing with the Stars, which is the major television show. Let her have a life. Let her get through and let her move on. So I have to say, do you cheat? What's the biggest cheat as far as food goes, as far as you for your weekly cheat, as you say? You got to spoil yourself once in a while. What is the hardest thing for you?
Well, every Sunday I do have my English Sunday roast, which is, you know, roast potatoes, Yorkshire puddings, which is like this dough thing, roast chicken and gravy and stuffing. I do love my Sunday roast. And then, you know, I'll crave the odd chocolate once, twice a month. But apart from that, I like to eat healthy. You know, I think once you get a good recipe to throw in your salad, or once you get a good, like, chicken and vegetable dish that you really like, and you can really mix it up a bit, and healthy eating becomes really interesting and it becomes tasty. Rather than it being, you know, humdrum and dull or not tasty, you can really throw lots of peppers and herbs and stuff into your healthy eating food to make it enjoyable for the not just for me, but for the whole family.
Well, you definitely got a workout on Dancing with the Stars, and you know, you were able to really see and make your body feel and move, and then now we move towards this workout DVD. How did that experience impact your life to where you are now?
Well, it was quite interesting because, you know, it was like being at school, actually. You had to clock in on the morning and then clock out around 4 or 5 o'clock, so it was like a whole school day. But the good thing is I got to take my 9-year-old to school and pick her up and drop her off. I brought Angel along with me, and my husband had come into my rehearsals, and it was so much fun to be able to learn how to dance. Especially, you know, I was taught by Max, and he's like a world champion, so to be given that opportunity in itself was amazing, and we really became close. You know, Max is part of our family. He comes over and hangs out with the kids and hangs out with my husband, and, you know, that pressure of doing a TV show every week, I didn't really find it pressure because I was having so much fun.
It seems,
you know, I was laughing a lot,
yeah.
and at the same time I got to be taught how to be a dancer, which is amazing.
Even your husband is in the DVD also. We get to see him during your
cooking in my kitchen.
During your cooking in the cooking sessions. I have to say, you know, you guys had a chance to renew your vows back in November. Was it one of the best days of your life?
Yeah, it was so much fun. Oh my God, we took like 30 of our closest friends and family away with us to Egypt, of all places, which is one of the most amazing culture, spiritual places that you could ever go and visit. And we actually have a house down there, so it was nice to actually take everybody over to our private little sanctuary. And, you know, we did a traditional Egyptian wedding with all the kids, and it was just brilliant. We were actually, the morning of my wedding day, we took everybody out into the desert and rode dirt bikes, and then we went for camel rides. I mean, not many people can say that on their wedding day. They went dirt biking in a deserted desert and then went on a camel, and then a couple of hours later got married in a full-on traditional Egyptian swagger. It was brilliant.
Why Egypt? I have to ask. Why Egypt?
Well, Stefan has really good friends over there, and we went over there at Christmas and just fell in love with the place. The people, just the food, the atmosphere, the weather, the settings. It's just gorgeous.
You come back onto the stage with Dancing with the Stars. You get to the finals in Dancing with the Stars. You are the runner-up. Then you go straight from Dancing with the Stars to the Spice Girls tour. You go from the Spice Girls tour, you go to numerous television appearances. You work for Access Hollywood. You've got this going on. How do you juggle all the projects?
I make sure that I have time to recuperate each day. So I make sure that I get to do my workout. I make sure I get to spend valid time with my kids every day. I'm just, I'm not the kind of person to stay home all day, every day. I mean, obviously I have days where I don't want to leave the house. I'm just like chilling at home. But I'm all about getting out and about and being active and, I'm 33 years old. I'm not about to retire or live a quiet life. And with kids as well, you're constantly kind of on the go.
Well,
whether it be play dates, whether it be going to Disneyland or taking the kids to the park, you're constantly out there doing stuff.
Well, look at Madonna at 50 years old, continuing to do tours, and I'm sure that you and the girls could get back together again if you really want. Were you surprised at the success of the tour? Were you surprised?
Yeah, we were really surprised. I mean, we knew that we wanted to get back together and do one last final big bang for each other and for our fans, and especially for our kids to see, because, when we first came out with Spice Girls, Phoenix and Brooklyn, they were, like, in our tummy. They weren't even born, actually. So it was nice to get back out there and for them to see what Mum does and, for us to say thank you to our fans for all the dedication and support they've shown us throughout the years. And we did it on our terms. We hired the best choreographer, the best stage management, lighting. Me and Victoria actually handpicked all the dancers. So it was nice to kind of say a final farewell to, well, not to each other because we're best friends, but a farewell to the Spice legacy as such, and do it our way.
I mean, one of the shows sold out in like 38 seconds, and it was just unbelievable. And it's like, there you guys were back on the stage. You go from Dancing with the Stars to the Spice Girls tour.
And the funny thing is, I was doing I have the Too Many Abs, actually, in my DVD, and I used to get everybody gathered around to do it right before we went on stage. All the girls and the dancers and the crew, they'd all be there doing my Too Many Abs. So it works. Everyone got in shape on that tour, that's for sure.
Yeah. I want to cover a few more things, and then we'll finish up with the DVD. And thanks for talking about a few other things. They really appreciate it. But the show upcoming in Las Vegas, I have to ask, what are your hopes and what are your fears?
I think anything when it comes to performing on stage is a challenge. And I don't get fearful. I get like this nervous energy that I just want to just get on that stage and just do the best job that I can possibly do and entertain the people that I've paid for their seats. The show's very high energy. It's beautifully designed with all the costumes. The whole set is just a dream. I mean, the guy who created Legally Blonde on Broadway and Hairspray on Broadway, he's created this show especially for me. So I'm very, very flattered for that. And I get to sing, I get to dance, I get to take Bo Peep on this amazing experience of empowerment and girl powerness. So it's kind of keeping in the same theme of the Spice Girls, but it's just me out there by myself giving it some. It's going to be brilliant.
We'll finish up and tell me what you hope people get out of this DVD.
Well, I know it works. So the minute you stick that DVD in there and get doing it 2-3 times a week by yourself, when your kids are napping or with a group of friends, you'll start to see changes. And at least give yourself at least a good 4 to 6 weeks to really start seeing changes, especially if you start eating healthy and treating your body good and drink lots of aqua hydrate. That's my point.
Yeah.
Good luck.